Here comes Hamlin to pass all three of them, and Kyle Busch as well.
This is getting absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, here's Zane Smith, the inside of Chris Buescher.
The following is a presentation of the NASCAR Cup Series on USRN. Once again, your home for NASCAR in 2025. We are USRN. For the first time in the modern era of NASCAR, the Cup Series steps outside of the United States for a points-paying race in Mexico City, at a track where Kyle Busch has won at previously.
Final lap here in Mexico City. Who's going to take the win? The leaders are in one.
Kyle Busch hasn't made a mistake all day. He's got to get through these three turns in order to get off and figure out how to get to victory lane. Ambrose is right there. 2 car lengths back. Kyle Busch is through 1. He's through turn 2. The right-hand turn number 3, stretching the advantage, is race leader Kyle Busch.
Nice and smooth this time off of turn number 3. Puts off, gets up in the 4th gear now. Marcus Ambrose not able to make up any ground as Kyle Busch goes back into the corner. The battle for the 3rd spot continues to heat up back and forth.
Which pit will have a fiesta in another half a lap? Right now, it's Kyle Busch with the race lead. Very smooth through the 180-degree flat right-hand turn number 4. He's got 7 car lengths on second place, Marcus Ambrose, who charges into turn number 5.
In the S's for the final time, it's Kyle Busch by about 4 car lengths. Marcus Ambrose still turning the wick up. It's down to 3 car lengths to turn 7.
Marcus Ambrose up on the wheel, but it may be too little, too late. He is there within 2 car lengths of the race leader, Kyle Busch, off the S's and onto the backstretch for the final time. Kyle Busch takes it out wide into the grass. May have lost a car length. Here's Marcus Ambrose, one final shot in turn 8.
Ambrose still at arm's length as they enter the sweeping right-hander for the final time. It's 2 car lengths the advantage as they work through 8. Off the corner, the Cinderella season looks like it's going to continue. Kyle Busch by 2 car lengths heading for the checkered flag.
After winning in Texas, winning in Phoenix, Kyle Busch has now won here in Mexico City.
It's a truly historic day for NASCAR. From the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in Mexico City, it's the inaugural Viva Mexico 250. Next.
USRN presents the NASCAR Cup Series. Live from Mexico City, Mexico. Here's your host, Matthew Owens.
66 years ago, a historic racetrack opened in the heart of Mexico City. And now, all these years later, this racetrack, named after a pair of legendary Mexican racing brothers, plays host to one of its biggest days ever. The NASCAR Cup Series has come south of the U.S. border into Mexico City in the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. It's going to be a tremendous day here today. Hola a todos, soy Matthew Owens. Bienvenidos a la Ciudad de Mexico. Gracias por invitarnos a la carrera. Hello, one and all. I'm Matthew Owens, and welcome to Mexico City. Thanks for having us in for the race. Matt White and Seth Eves are coming up in just a moment. This is a day that has been anticipated for such a very long time. Not only this day and not only this race in Mexico City, but the day that the NASCAR Cup Series comes to an international venue for a points-paying race. Little more than a quarter of a century ago, NASCAR did make the trek to Suzuka, Japan for 3 years running exhibition races. Now, a points-paying race in Mexico. It's the first points-paying race on international soil in the modern era of NASCAR. They did run some races in Ontario, Canada, back in the 1950s. But now, with so much on the line for NASCAR in this great era that we are in, it is a big deal that the Cup Series has come anywhere outside of the United States, and especially to a place like Mexico City, which is racing crazed. The fans are here, and of course, it's one of the most populous cities in the entire world. Well, also, this is a big event. It's a big occasion, but it is also a points-paying event. This is no exhibition race. It's race 16 of the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season, and the push to make the playoffs is down to just 11 races left in the regular season. Last week, Denny Hamlin scored his third win of the season, doing it in the Michigan 400. He is now at the top of the playoff standings with 3 wins, along with Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell, but more on Hamlin in a moment. William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, and Ross Chastain have all clinched playoff spots. They all have 1 win each. Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick are always threats on road courses. They are 10th and 11th in the playoff standings, more than 100 points clear of the cut line. A good last couple of weeks for Darrell Wallace Jr. puts him 12th in the playoff standings at plus 61. Chase Briscoe is at plus 41. Chris Buescher is 20 points above the cut line. In 15th is Alex Bowman. A terrible stretch of races for the driver of the 48 car has him now just 13 points above the cut line. And in the 16th and final provisional playoff spot on a tiebreaker is Ryan Preece ahead of Kyle Busch. Big story of NASCAR the last 3 weeks is Carson Hocevar. He finds himself 18th, 18 points below the cut line. A.J. Allmendinger is also 18 points below that cut line, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 20 points outside of the playoffs. Maximum point game possible this year with the addition of the Xfinity fastest lap point is 60 in one race. Therefore, there are 61 points separating 13th to 20th, meaning much could happen today and in the next 11 races. And while the push to make the playoffs is going to be the story of the next 10 weeks, it might not be the story of today, because Matt White, NASCAR has come to Mexico. Not for the first time. As you heard in the open, the then known as NASCAR Busch and Nationwide Series ran here 4 times in the mid-2000s, from 2005 to 2008. But it is an enormous deal that 17 years later, the Cup Series has come south of the border.
Buenos dias, everybody. Welcome to Mexico City, up high in the mountains here in Mexico City. And we have been looking forward to this one ever since the calendar got announced, and finally it is time to go racing outside of those United States. Looking forward to this one immensely this afternoon.
It should be quite the show. We'll see what kind of race we get. Obviously, the Xfinity Series race yesterday, we'll talk more about that as we go on. But as we don't know what the race is going to look like today, Seth, what we're pretty sure of is this is an event. It's more than just a race. It's an event here in Mexico City today.
See, it is indeed. And we're going to have quite the show today here. Again, you know, there's been criticism of how this car races on a road course. So that probably is making things a little bit difficult to figure out. Maybe, but I don't think it's about, you know, you can almost put playoffs or all that other stuff to the back seat, because again, this is an event. This is the first time any of us have seen a points-paying race outside of the United States of America. I mean, it's just amazing what's going to happen this afternoon, and we don't know. There could be rain. There could be no rain. I mean, there's a lot of, a lot of stuff mixed in the blender that could make this perhaps the most unpredictable race of the entire year. Not the least of which the fact that many of the drivers haven't been to Mexico City anyway. And the ones that have, they haven't run with the stadium course.
Yeah, exactly right. The course is a bit different from how it was when the Busch and Nationwide Series came here more than a decade and a half ago. We'll talk about the course as we go on, but the storylines for this weekend are just unbelievably numerous. Take your pick of what we want to talk about during this pre-race show. I think one of the biggest things to talk about here at the top, Matt, is where we're at. You said we're very high in the air. The altitude massively higher than we get at any other NASCAR race weekend. That's going to affect a lot. The human element, the drivers, the teams, the fans. It's also going to affect the car itself as well.
Certainly is. We don't know on a big, if we get a long green flag run, how the car is going to be affected by the thinner air that we have up here in Mexico. It's warm, it's humid. As Seth mentioned, if rain comes later, that throws another curveball in amongst the mix. What will happen? We'll talk about the cars. What will happen to the drivers? How are they going to fare up at these this altitude? As you say, not something we have to deal with any other time of the year. This is a first for everybody. I know some of the guys in the Toyota camp have been doing their best, sort of hyperbaric chambers, and trying to stay at altitude before traveling to Mexico this week. They've been up in the hills of California in places. I know it's not massively high, but it's something. Just to try and get some sort of acclimatization going on. But as you said, very much a step into the unknown in many ways, and that being one of them.
Yeah, the highest altitude that we get over a normal NASCAR Cup Series weekend is in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, at 1,980 feet above sea level. Mexico City here is about 4 times that, 7,349 feet above sea level. It is going to affect the race cars as well. Because of the thinner air, the engines are going to not produce as much horsepower. You're not going to be able to put as much tape on the grill opening of the car. All of that has been discussed by drivers and crew chiefs and mechanics this week. Another one of the big storylines of this race is what you mentioned, Seth. Not many drivers here have ever been to this racetrack or even raced at this racetrack. A few have, such as Kyle Busch. You heard in the open, he won here on this circuit, albeit on the other layout in 2008. Michael McDowell does have a sports car win around this racetrack 20 years ago. So, Seth, the inexperience of the drivers on this track is a storyline unto its own this weekend.
It absolutely is. And we legit don't know how this is going to work out because it's going to be fun. Now, you had a few drivers that ran yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, but those are completely different cars. So that doesn't really help much either. So, again, I think there's an unpredictability that could really make this quite the show here today. I'm very much looking forward to it.
And of those 4, what is now known as the Xfinity Series, of those 4 races they ran here from 2005 to 2008, Matt, the winners of those races were Juan Pablo Montoya, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Martin Truex Jr. We were supposed to have 2 of those 4 drivers in this race today. Kyle Busch is in it, but Denny Hamlin is not, Matt.
He's not. We've been on Hamlin baby watch for the last couple of weeks, and finally Jordan has had the 3rd Hamlin child. So congratulations to all involved there. That was on Thursday night, something like that. So Denny has stayed home. A waiver has been granted for that, and of course he was last week's winner at Michigan in that very, very exciting finish up in the Michigan Hills last week. And he came through on a fuel save to get the victory. I pondered the question on Twitter and no one replied to me about when was the last time a full series guy who won the week before was not here. Of course, the last person to do that, of course, was Shane Van Gisbergen when he won at Chicago a couple of years ago, but he wasn't a full-timer. So that's someone will have to delve into the history books on that one, but it is strange to not have Denny here, and we, as I said, we've documented why. Ryan Truex will slip in to the number 11 Toyota today, and he will start second last on the grid in the number 11 car running relief for Hamlin.
Yeah, so we don't get the 2006 Busch Series winner here for this race today, Seth, but replacing that driver is the brother of the 2005 Busch Series race winner here. And Martin Truex Jr. did send a text to his little brother during the weekend after the announcement was made that the Truexes are 1 for 1 at this racetrack. He expects Ryan to make it 2 for 2 today.
I did see that text. Now he's got a lot of work to do. Obviously, he's starting very deep in the field, but yeah, I mean, Ryan Truex, I mean, I heard him, I don't know who wrote the article, but it was the best article I think I've heard about it. He's really become NASCAR's backup quarterback. He's like the Ryan Fitzpatrick of NASCAR anyway. He is just, or maybe the Josh Dobbs would be a better fit. But anyway, he's there, and he's going to put on just, he'll do all he can, a solid driver, and he'll give that 11 the best run he possibly can. What a situation. And again, to echo off of Matt's point, congratulations to the Hamlin family on finding child number 3. I know Jordan has got to be relieved.
You're not kidding. Ryan Truex making his first Cup Series start today since a race at Chicagoland in 2014. Wow. 11 years ago, the last time he ran in the Cup Series. He also ran at Watkins Glen that year. That's the last time he ran a Cup race on a road course. Now, another one of the big storylines today, Matt, kind of piggybacking off the conversation Seth and I just had about the relative inexperience in this field. So because there's inexperience and because it's a new track and because it's a left and right turning road course, immediately everyone has picked out a handful of names that should be among the favorites. And according to all of the bettors out there, and of course, and to the odds makers, the runaway favorite is Shane Van Gisbergen. He is 2 to 1 in some sports books to win this race today. Everyone else is plus 700 or longer. Everyone's anticipating SVG to go out and just rub everyone else's nose into the ground. He won the pole yesterday in a truncated qualifying session. Speaking of the odds, there they are, Matt, right on screen. SVG is a runaway favorite.
Yeah, he stomped everybody yesterday in qualifying. We've had this conversation before, though, post-Chicago, and hasn't quite happened for him, has it? Indianapolis on the road course a couple of years ago was in the mix, didn't quite really feature at the end. Watkins Glen, of course, last year got beat on the last lap by Chris Buescher, but he made it, pushed him into an error, made a mistake, and lost out to Buescher there on that race. Won Sonoma last year in the Xfinity Series, but didn't have a good day in Cup. He's one down in terms of road courses this year. That was at COTA, of course, back in the spring, when he had the speed but got off strategy and never recovered from it. So I'm going to mention this when we do Ones to Watch, but he's got 4 chances over the next 11 weeks to book his playoff spot, which is one of the reasons why Trackhouse signed him to come and do this, to get themselves a playoff spot guaranteed. They've already got Ross Chastain, of course, with his Coke 600 win a few weeks back. But this is the time of year where it is going to be a lot of talk over this next portion of our broadcast, certainly here on USRN and on JBM, is going to be about Shane Van Gisbergen, and it starts today.
So SVG, the runaway favorite today. Of course, the other names that everyone has been looking at coming to this brand new, at least for NASCAR road course, Seth, are the likes of Michael McDowell and A.J. Allmendinger. They both start in the top 10 today as well.
Yeah, Allmendinger always a threat. McDowell, of course, you mentioned he won a sports car race here almost 20 years ago. But you were talking yesterday, Matthew, and we talked about, he looked very good through the S's. So did Van Gisbergen. They put on a show yesterday. You said Van Gisbergen was, kind of rough and tumble through it while McDowell was smooth. And, we forget about McDowell being a very, very good road racer. And he could be a threat today. That Spire team has threatened this year to has had good runs. Maybe they finally get a victory today with McDowell in car 71.
Very well could. Another driver that not a lot of people are talking about is Todd Gilliland here, but he's had some really good runs on these road courses of late. Top 10 at Sonoma last year, 7th at Chicago a year ago, and 10th on the road course in Austin, Texas earlier this year. So 3 top 10s in the last 5 road course races for Todd Gilliland. He starts 7th today. Ty Gibbs has been really good on these road courses of late as well, and of course led many laps yesterday. And then, of course, the story of the weekend at this point, Matt, and it always was going to be, Daniel Suarez, the Mexico driver. He starts 10th today, coming off of an emotional win yesterday.
A race which at the start of the year he wasn't even down to be in, which is crazy. But he took that spot from SVG in that car. He was shuffled aside. In comes Daniel Suarez, and he, to the delight of everybody in the whole of the city practically, he took home the victory yesterday. So that is the feel-good story for the weekend. Can he perhaps run the gauntlet and do the double today? That would be amazing if that was to happen.
Yeah, it really would be. This crowd was going crazy yesterday as Daniel Suarez was able to score just a momentous victory in his home nation of Mexico. So those are all of the many storylines, and there's more still to hit throughout the day, which we will. We are so excited for NASCAR to be in Mexico. Boy, the logistics of getting here for many were very difficult during the week, but now that we're here, we are ready to go for the NASCAR Cup Series in Mexico City.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Hello, everyone. Welcome along to the JB Motorsports side of the broadcast with the USN taking you through. Matthew Owens, Seth Eves, and Matt White taking you through that with myself, JT, in the background, making sure that everything is working, pressing the buttons, turning the dials, and all that stuff. Well, we are around 23 minutes until the green flag, and pre-race ceremonies will momentarily be getting underway. So if USN are still on break during pre-race ceremonies, we will throw down to them. Also, of course, the F1 Canadian Grand Prix going on the channel as well. So if you want to watch the Canadian Grand Prix alongside, you can. That is on the channel. We are also live for IndyCar as well at Gateway. That's an 8 PM Eastern start, 1 AM start here for the Gateway race in IndyCar, but we've still got Mexico to go, and well, I can hear USN in the talkback channel behind me, and I don't know what's going on. What are you three up to?
I'm up to about 340 since I quit on the Slim Fast.
Good answer. Anyway, we will join back with you guys momentarily. the USN trio, always a fun bunch, especially after 24 hours of Le Mans. So here is the laps and rundown page with the current points. And the current points on the right hand side with the grid on the left hand side, which will be read through in a moment, but let's get ready momentarily to go back to USN, the Ultimate Sports Radio Network. Let's join USN for opening ceremonies.
of the promotion's Tourism Promotion Fund, Mr. Carlos Martinez Velázquez. Managing Director, NASCAR Mexico City Weekend, Director General, NASCAR Mexico City Weekend, Mr. Federico González. NASCAR Commissioner, Steve Phelps. NASCAR President, Steve O'Donnell. Executive Vice President of Venues and Racing Innovation at NASCAR, Ben Kennedy. NASCAR is proud to celebrate those who represent the spirit of racing and the pride of this vibrant community. Please rise as you are able and remove your hats as Father Francisco Javier Guzman Carreño offers today's invocation.
God, God, a stream of gold, God bless this rain. In the name of the Father, in the Son, in the Spirit, amen. Good Lord, win the race. Dios, tú eres nuestra fortaleza y nuestra meta. Dios bendice esta carrera. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Buena suerte en la carrera.
Please remain standing as the United States Embassy of Mexico City's Marine Security Guard Detachment, Color Guard, presents the colors of America. And now, presenting the colors of Mexico is the Banking and Industrial Police of Mexico City Color Guard. Here to perform the American and Mexican national anthem, please welcome the Eaton School of Mexico Chorus, directed by Adriana Sanchez del Olmo.
And the Mexican national anthem being performed here. Great time for audio issues. But it is the Mexican national anthem being performed here in front of this enormous crowd, of course, here in Mexico City, where the atmosphere is terrific. The anticipation level is pegged. We're trying so hard to get you the Mexican national anthem. We truly are. And nothing wants to give us the Mexican national anthem. So, as we continue on, we'll tap dance here. JT, do you have the Mexican national anthem? We're trying desperately. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. As we attempt to get...
This is USRN Radio, Winston-Salem.
The national anthem of Mexico finally getting played out after USRN systems being USRN systems. Into 3 race ceremonies we are now, and we await the command here in Mexico City. Let's go back to USRN.
Honestly, in the history of rain races in NASCAR, Seth, we haven't had a lot of dry to wet races. New Hampshire last year comes to mind, but not often, Seth, do we get dry to wet NASCAR races.
We really don't. And this could be a, like you said, if that now, as Matthew and I like to point out, meteorologists sometimes have a bit of a mare. No matter how much they tell you they don't, they do. They're human too, but anyway. But if that weather report is correct, and we're going to get this with like 10, 15 laps to go, oh my goodness, this will be one of the more chaotic finishes in the history of the sport.
Yeah, very well could be. A lot to look forward to. We've talked about all the storylines. The Mexican national anthem was played for those of you listening on JBM, thankfully. And now we are ready to go. The NASCAR Cup Series is in Mexico City. Inside one of the largest and most populous cities in the world, NASCAR has gone international to Mexico City and been welcomed to a fiesta-like atmosphere. Throngs of passionate Mexican race fans, joined by many from the U.S. and elsewhere, have come to witness NASCAR history at a history-filled racetrack. A hugely partisan crowd has come to cheer on their hero, Daniel Suarez, going for an emotional homeland sweep at the historic Autodromo Hermanas Rodriguez, where the goal for every driver is to claim victory in the first modern-era NASCAR Cup Series points race on international soil. Que dia, que ambiente. What a day, what an atmosphere here in Mexico City and the Autodromo Hermanas Rodriguez, where the NASCAR Cup Series comes for the first time. And what a way to get us started here today as El Sol de Mexico, the son of Mexico, Luis Miguel, brings us in for this historic day. The NASCAR Cup Series here in Mexico City. There's been so much anticipation for this event, for this entire weekend. Yesterday's NASCAR Xfinity Series race gave us every reason in the world to be jacked up and excited, pegged at 10 for what we could get here today for the Cup Series race. The Viva Mexico 250 coming up next. As we always do, we've got our ones to watch. Picking out 3 drivers that we should be talking about all day long. Matt White gets us started. Off you go, Mateo.
Shane Van Gisbergen starts today's race from pole position, and he has every chance of winning one of the next few road course races. In fact, there is 4 of them coming up over the next 9 weeks. His chance to make it into the playoffs for Trackhouse, deterring his teammate Ross Chastain, couldn't start from a better position. Pole position in Mexico.
Quickly becoming a Mexican national hero, Monterrey's Daniel Suarez took an emotional victory here yesterday in the Xfinity Series. This is a racetrack that means the world to Mexican race drivers and fans, and Daniel has competed here many times while also dreaming of NASCAR stardom. Now the NASCAR Cup Series is here, and so is the opportunity of a lifetime for Suarez, who has had speed for much of the season, but bad luck has kept him from getting deserved results. Perhaps today, in front of this enormous and adoring crowd, will be the greatest day and a season-turning day for Daniel Suarez.
Michael McDowell has a past win at this circuit coming 20 years ago in a sports car. Today he has a chance to add a second Mexico City win to his racing resume, as he has made himself one of the favorites today by going fastest in practice on Friday and qualifying 5th yesterday. This Fire driver goes for his 3rd career Cup win today and 2nd on a road course. There will be bruised sheet metal and bruised egos by the time this day is done.
It's time to drop the hammer.
They are 3x3x3.
Full line.
Right through the center 5 wide.
Big bold move. That's a bit rude.
Now contact. Trouble.
Oh my goodness.
5, 6, 7, 8 cars to line.
He tumbled like crazy.
Oh, everybody's involved.
Wow, this is spectacular.
Side by side, wheel to wheel. They are dead even.
Whoa! And they all synced it. Oh my goodness, how physical is it gonna get for the win?
If you're not on the edge of your seat, make sure you get there.
One final frantic lap for the win.
Side by side, the win. It's 3 wide for the lead heading towards the checkers. One final shot.
Here they come to the flag at the line. It's a photo finish.
Unbelievable. I don't believe it. Wow.
NASCAR legend, 93-time race winner, and 4-time Cup Series champion Jeff Gordon has just given the command to fire the engines, and thus the rumble of history. The NASCAR Cup Series has come to Mexico City in the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez for the first ever modern-era Cup Series race on international soil. The cars are lined up on the grid. I don't care what anybody says. When cars are lined up on the grid on the main straightaway of the racetrack, that just makes the moment feel that much more momentous. And it certainly has a very important and historic kind of feeling today, doesn't it, Matt White?
Certainly does on a special weekend in June where they always line up on the front straight in the middle of France. It's nice to see NASCAR doing the same thing here, as they always do on the road and street courses, as you say. The fanfare has all happened. It's time to get down to racing. Thank you to Jeff Gordon for giving the command. Let's do it in Mexico.
We're live on USRN and JB Motorsports. We're just about ready for the start of the first ever Cup Series race in Mexico. Here is the starting grid. Yesterday's qualifying was truncated 17 minutes by rain. 37 cars on the grid. Here's how they line up. Catherine Legg from England starts 37th in the Elf Cosmetic Chevrolet. Ryan Truex, filling in for new father Denny Hamlin, is in the Yahoo Toyota starting 36th. The 35th starter is an under-the-weather Noah Gregson for the Front Row Motorsports team, the Long John Silver's Ford. Cody Ware from Greensboro, North Carolina, rolls off 34th alongside Mississippi driver Ricky Stenhouse Jr. From 32nd is John Hunter Nemechek for the Legacy Motor Club, and from 31st is Oklahoma's Christopher Bell, the winner on the road course in Austin, Texas, earlier this season.
Brad Keselowski from Michigan rolls off 30th. Alex Bowman is 29th. He definitely needs a good run. Won at Chicago last year. The Ohio Logistics Chevrolet for Welcome North Carolina's Ty Dillon rolls off 28th. William Byron, he's been the man with the plan this year, but can he finish some races? He's 27th today. Cole Custer is 26th. Darrell Wallace Jr., who impressed the crowd with his Lucho mask the other day, he'll roll off 25th. 24th starter is Zane Smith. Carson Hocevar, the flavor of the month for many NASCAR fans, rolls off 23rd. Tyler Reddick, Matthew mentioned, always goes well on road courses. He'll start 22nd in the Xfinity Mobile Toyota. And 21st will be Austin Dillon from Welcome, North Carolina in the Boot Barn Chevy.
Top 20 starts with Austin Cindric in the number 2 Menards Quaker State Ford for Roger Penske. He lines up alongside Chase Briscoe for the Joe Gibbs team in the Bass Pro Shops even Toyota. Ryan Blaney is 18th, just behind Justin Haley in the number 7 Gainbridge Chevrolet. Chris Buescher, last year's Watkins Glen winner, starts 16th. Excellent qualifying for Riley Herbst this week. He's in the 15th position in the Monster Energy Zero Sugar Toyota for 2311. Eric Jones continuing to do Eric Jones things. He's 14th behind the Las Vegas winner from earlier this spring, Josh Berry. Chase Elliott locked in pretty much on points to the playoffs. He's in 12th, but he could come up with a win today perhaps, as well as the winner here in the Nationwide Series all those years back, Kyle Busch. He starts 11th for RCR.
From the 10th position is the national hero and the winner here yesterday, the Telcel Chevrolet driven by Daniel Suarez. He's in the 5th row along with Joey Logano, the reigning series champion. From 8th on the grid, a threat today, A.J. Allmendinger just outside the playoff cut line alongside Todd Gilliland, top 10 in 3 of the last 5 road course races. Starting 6th is Kyle Larson in the Valvoline Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, and Michael McDowell, a former winner here in a sports car. Starting 4th is Ty Gibbs. 18 laps he led in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. He's with Ross Chastain in the Wendy's Frosty Swirls Chevrolet. Very colorful car. On the front row, starting 2nd, right at the end of qualifying yesterday, Ryan Preece set in a tremendous lap. He rolls off in the Kroger Colgate Ford on the front row, alongside the pole sitter for the 2nd time in his NASCAR Cup Series career from New Zealand, the Kiwi, Shane Van Gisbergen in the Safety Culture Chevrolet. And that's the starting grid for the inaugural running of the Viva Mexico 250 for the NASCAR Cup Series at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. 37 cars on that starting grid, 16 Chevrolets, 12 Fords, and 9 Toyotas set to embark on a 100-lap, 242-mile, 389-kilometer race. The first stage will go 20 laps, the second stage will go 25, the final stage 55. Drivers should be able to make it on fuel in each of those first 2 stages, but they will likely choose, at least the drivers at the front, to flip the stage. That's going to make our stage results today look a little bit different from what we anticipate the race results to be. That last stage of 55 laps will have to have at least 1 stop for fuel. The fuel window given to us is projected to be 28 to 32 laps, although that isn't an exact science for this racetrack that we've never run at before. This is a 2.41 mile, 3.89 kilometer, 15-turn road course. Let's take a swing around this racetrack that the Cup Series has never run on, other than practice Friday and qualifying yesterday. When the field takes the green flag, they will accelerate down the 2nd longest straightaway in NASCAR racing, the Recta Principale, or Main Straight in English, which measures out at 3,937 feet. That's 3/4 of a mile. The only straightaway in NASCAR longer than that is the back straightaway at Talladega. It also creates test of braking in NASCAR, because at the end of the straightaway, drivers will stand on the brakes for a 90-degree right-handed turn one, beginning what is known as the Moises Solana S. Turn one is followed by a quick burst and a flick of the wrist to the left, and then a quick switch back to the right. Once through this section of the racetrack, they'll feed throttle off of turn three and into the view of Matt White.
Thank you, Matthew, and Feliz Dia del Padre to you and yours. The field will pick up the speed here on the straight off the exit of turn three and motor down the Rectra Transera, which translates basically to back straight. This is the second longest straightaway on the course, and it leads into a new corner, really, what is known as the Curva NASCAR, a flat 180-degree right-hander with a barrier to driver's right and lots of runoff space to the left. Once they've negotiated turn four, drivers then approach the ferocious set of S's, a quick combo of right, left and right transitions while tossing their cars across the curbs. Drivers will cut these corners as much as they are allowed to, but there are yellow stripes here to signify where track limits are in this section of the racetrack. We'll have to keep an eye on that as the day goes on. It's very flowing, but a difficult set of turns, which will lead to a lot of entertainment, and we saw a little bit of that going on in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. The S's makes up turns 5 through 9, and once out of 9, they spill out onto the third straightaway on the course and into the view of Mr. Seth Eves.
Muchas gracias, Mateo Blanco, and buenas tardes a todos, everyone. Thank you very much, Matt White, and good afternoon, everyone. Out of the left-handed turn 9, drivers will sling their cars wide before accelerating down the shortest of the 3 straights on the track, the Recta del Ovalo, which is a part of the circuit's oval course. At the end of the straight, they brake hard and hang a sharp right at turn 10, which leads into the Fora Sol stadium section, where fans are packed high into the sky to see the action that should be quite entertaining in this tight, slow-speed, passing-rich area of the track. Turn 11 is an acute angled left, followed by quick jerks right for turn 12 and left for turn 13. Then another sharp right-hander brings the field into the famous Peraltada, the bank curve, the final passing opportunity on the track, which sweeps back on to the main stretch and onto the line. I'll have all the action from that part of the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Only one thing to ask you, Matthew Owens. ¿Estás listo para ir? You're ready to go.
Let's do it. As we are excited to be here. It is a momentous occasion for the series here today. Let's start by going across the way. Matt, you are high atop, as you just described for us, on a complex just out of Curva NASCAR. That's turn 4. That's kind of the shortcut that they brought in here for 2005 when NASCAR first came here to eliminate the Hector Robac turns that the Formula One cars go through. You're high atop that section. What's on Matt's whiteboard today?
Yeah, this is the corner that's basically the only real difference between the F1 layout and this one with this long right-hander. Otherwise, they do a left and then a double right-hander through this sort of mini stadium complex down at this end of the racetrack. What's on the whiteboard today? Well, we documented the weather earlier on. That could play a factor later, and you need to be sharp on that if it comes and if we run into that issue later on this afternoon. Don't get caught out on strategy. Be careful of cautions, especially restarts. It's going to be absolutely wild to see 37 Cup cars racing down that front straightaway into the very slow complex. We've seen the instance. If you remember back to the road course at Indianapolis, the first couple of corners there, kind of similar after a long straight. And we saw incidents there, of course, in the Cup races we ran at the road course at Indy. All of the normal things, we'll cover it all off throughout the day. And if you're around that playoff bubble, we don't really talk about playoffs when we come to the road course. But there's a few people we've mentioned today that really do not need to have a bad result. Alex Bowman being one of them after his tremendous hit that he took at Michigan this week.
And Seth, what about Seth's scene set? What do you have for us today to watch out for?
Well, I usually have 3 things to go, but you know what? I have this piece of paper. You can't hear it. That's what I'm just doing. You can't see either. So just make a paper flying noise and just imagine me throwing 3 pieces of paper into the wind, because I have no idea what is going to happen. Or I could say, new. You know, we don't know what's going to happen here. We really don't. I mean, you know, I know that's not the expert analysis you were wanting, I guess I could throw in something about watch for the wet tires and how will the weather affect the race, because we can actually ask that here, because if it rains, we still race, folks. Oh my word, this is this has been a much anticipated event for about 13 weeks or so now, and is just about ready to come to a head south of the United States border this afternoon. I can't wait to be with you guys. This is going to be an absolute doozy of a race.
Now, Matt, do you have an umbrella out there? Because there are some drops being reported over by the S's.
There are drops. We're just seeing more cameras, footage of the cars coming through pit lane to do their final. Laney's on board. Spots of rain on the camera and on the roof there of the number 12. So perhaps we're going to get some weather much earlier than anticipated of this 100-lap, 250-mile race.
Again, it's hot, it's humid, high elevation. The radar can be saying one thing. The weather itself could be doing something totally different. Rain chances until about 4 p.m. local time is low, but we are getting a sprinkle around the racetrack. With that said, lights are out atop the Chevrolet Corvette pace car. We are planning to go green this time around. There's a very brave soul in the passenger seat of that pace car with a phone stuck out, looking back, recording the moments on this pace lap. No, please don't. And we are coming into the stadium section, Seth, and we are planning on getting a green flag this time around in this historic day for NASCAR.
Man, oh my gosh, this is special. The stadium section is ready to go. The pace vehicle about to pull in. NASCAR, even in a sport being as long as NASCAR has been around, there's still a little room to make history. There's a little room for us to make history. First points paying race outside of America for the start of the historic Viva Mexico 250. Walnut Cove, North Carolina's Mateo Owens.
Green flag flying over this field. Es hora de dejar caer el martillo in Ciudad de Mexico. It's time to drop the hammer in Mexico City. Down the 3/4 of a mile long main straightaway, the Recta Principale. Shane Van Gisbergen gets the jump. Ross Chastain has jumped ahead of Ryan Preece. He pulls up alongside his teammate Van Gisbergen into the Solana S for the first time. SVG on the brakes, gets it rotated. He's in front through the double chicane. Shane Van Gisbergen leads out of turn number 3.
One car skipping across turn 3 there. That was the 77. He got back on and we stay green, but it's SVG away to the lead as they head towards turn number 4 with his teammate tucked up behind him. Then it is Ryan Preece in the bright red Colgate car, number 60. The field will clear turn 4, at least at the front of the field for now, and then they will get into the S's for the first time, and it is pretty much single file through here. Michael McDowell having to tread in behind Joey Logano in the middle of the top 10. Chase Briscoe side by side with Ryan Blaney. But for the most part, through 3/4 of the first lap, Seth, all looking good so far.
Good, yep, good, clear, good, clean. Well, as soon as we say that, a caution.
And I have to believe this is for rain, and it is.
Caution for weather confirmed.
Caution for rain. The rain has picked up on the back end of the circuit here. Man. And because the start was declared a dry start, everyone was on slick tires. They don't want to take any chances of danger, and the caution is out, not yet a lap in for rain. And I know, Matt, this is where you have a bit of a qualm with NASCAR wet weather rules. And for that matter, I do too.
Well, we all understand it on the oval, but when it is on a road and street course, and it is raining pretty hard down on the front straight by you as the field comes through, let them race. If there's someone goes off into the barriers, then call the caution. I can understand that. But while everyone is on the racetrack and going, there is, for my eyes, if you want to go international and you want to go road course racing, you've got to try and do that. If you're going to do that thing. But we're going to be under yellow, and I'm going to guess that while this second lap of course, or second lap of the race is run, there will be a call down from the tower for everyone to get on the rain tyres, which the crews are getting ready down underneath you there on pit lane.
And I think many people within NASCAR has talked about in the past, they are hoping to, at least on road courses, not so much ovals, the flat, short ovals like New Hampshire, like last year, but on the road courses, there is hope that one day there will be enough confidence between the drivers and the teams to start a race like this we did today, and if it starts raining and drivers say we don't have grip, well, come and get your wet weather tires and race on. But the powers that be claim we are not to that point yet. So it was declared a dry start. It has started raining hard enough that they wanted to throw a caution for safety concerns. Therefore, caution comes out, and now question will be, who wants to come down for wet weather tires? Because, and now the word just came through, NASCAR has now declared it damp conditions. So they will have to, the drivers will have to wear their, have to put on their rear flashing light, and it is now the team's option whether to use rain tires or slicks. And that, Matt, is one hell of a decision for crew chiefs to have to make, because as you said, it has really started to rain pretty hard in some sections of the track. Other sections it's not, and the forecast shows that this rain wasn't even supposed to be here to begin with. So what do you do?
I suppose if we were north of the border, we'd call this a pop-up shower, but we're under leaden skies, and in the S's here as the cars file through, it is pretty damp. Quickly, before we get to pits and see who, if they are given the option, who chooses to come or not, cover your ears now if you want to catch up with the Formula One, which is happening in Canada right now.
I will save you from the spoilers of the Canadian Grand Prix. You can catch that on the other stream of on the JB Motorsports streams. Down back to pit road, and who will come down pit road? Let's find out.
Just about everyone's in.
All going to go to wet weather tires. Looking at the rain right here. Very small boxes. Going to be very busy, Trevor. These will be competitive stops here. The 71 opting to come down and put on rain tires. At first they were sure, but now the rain has really picked up here on the front stretch.
Ty Gibbs in that 54 middle of your screen, just like Trevor said, going to put on wet weather tires for Ty Gibbs. Remember, he ran that Xfinity race yesterday, felt very confident today, Marty.
Shane Van Gisbergen going to go to the wets here as well. Already got the windshield wiper working. As you can see, he's in pit stall #1. And you would think SVG, with his experience in the rain, would love racing in the rain. He told me this morning, I actually can't stand it. I do not like racing in the rain, but we'll see if that experience pays off. His teammate, Ross Chastain, will win the race off pit road.
Two drivers has stayed out. Two Ford drivers, Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric, have chosen to stay on the racetrack here. And they are hoping that this caution period will last long enough for the rain to go away and stay on their slick tires. Boy, that's not going to create chaos on the restart or anything.
Yeah.
And I was interested to see how many positions SVG would lose on pit road, because he was incredibly slow coming into his box. He was so slow that I think the crew members thought, oh my goodness, we're over the wall too soon here. We'll have to keep check and see if there is a penalty for crew members over the wall too soon for SVG, but he was very slow coming into the box. Pit road speed here is 40 miles per hour. And pit road today, Matt, is going to be a bigger concern than even it normally is, because these pit boxes are only 27 feet long. It is a very tight and congested pit road today.
Certainly is, and small boxes. We've also got
88.
We've also got tarmac pit lane and concrete pit boxes, which is always troublesome at the best of times, and now it's covered in water. So I have to watch out for that. He just lost one spot, did SVG, to Ross Chastain, by the looks of things, as they come past me in turn 5. But these two guys staying out on the dry tyres, that is going to...
they're going to have to come in.
They're going to hope this caution runs for the next 50 laps until the racetrack dries. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but we know how good Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric are in a road course configuration. To Marty's point about SVG and hating the rain, well, in his early days in supercars, every time it did rain, he stood up and was coming through the field. We saw that a lot in his early stages of his supercars career, for certain. He was the rain maestro for a time, and then he turned himself into the tyre whisperer and any other nickname you want to give him. But it's going to be second row on this restart. Doesn't want to get into too close quarters racing with his teammate. You can be sore, but we know what Ross Chastain's like. Let's just say.
And there was some drama on pit road. Wow, Riley Herbst and Chase Elliott trying to exit their box, and Noah Gregson trying to get into his. All of this happening while it's raining on pit road. Wow.
Yeah. Tight stuff down there. What NASCAR, for some portion, really want is a lot of green flag pit stops today, and/or a lot of cars to go laps down, so that the pit lane sort of empties itself out. So we'll keep a watch on that throughout the day here in the pit lane, but it is now sodden underfoot.
Michael McDowell has just been told that the rain, there's no end in sight to the rain.
Okay, so this might be set up. That 3/4 of the first lap might be the only dry lap we get today.
And now I pull up my weather app and radar, and it's not even showing that it is raining. So again, the unpredictability of the weather when it's this hot, this humid, and this high up above sea level, very difficult to predict the rain. Mentioned this yesterday, by the way, on the Xfinity Series broadcast. Yes, hello, hola to you. There are 3 different pace cars here this weekend. There's a Chevrolet Corvette, a Toyota Camry, and a Ford Mustang, all here to pace the field. They will take rotation, much like they did at North Wilkesboro for the All-Star race during that ridiculous manufacturer showdown, whatever the hell they called it. But they do have the 3 different pace cars to run today to pace the field as they did yesterday. Okay, now, a couple of other things to cover about the weather, Matt. You have this crazy restarts. We saw it yesterday. We're going to see it today. 3/4 of a mile long main straightaway. Speeds are approaching 200 miles an hour, even though a little bit less than that with the engines not making as much power because we're so high above sea level. That's going to create chaos into that Solana S. Even more so in the rain, perhaps, of course. But, as we know, when it rains, NASCAR does have the option to declare restarts to be single file. We have not gotten word on whether they'll do that on this next restart or not.
Yeah, we saw that at Chicago, didn't we, in the rain.
We even seen it. We even seen it in the very first Bristol dirt race because visibility was so bad.
That's true, yeah. Much to forget about the Bristol dirt race, and that was certainly one of them. This restart is going to be, when we get it, is going to be
we're on one to go
because we've got two cars at the front. Thank you, Josh. On dry tyres, everyone else on rain tyres. No one has done a lap around this racetrack in the rain this weekend. Where is your braking point now? Down there at turn number 1. Where is your braking point compared to the person behind you, whose braking point could be in another 200 meters? So this could be fun here. And we need to be on our P's and Q's here for people going across the grass, through the grass, in the barrier, in the back of other cars, etc., etc. You might want to be Ryan Truex here and be at the back of the field and pick your way through on this restart.
They have chosen, the choose is just outside, just on the exit of the S's this weekend. So now, Seth, with rain falling, 2 drivers on the front row on slicks, everybody else chasing from behind on wet weather tires, windshield wipers flapping around. We're about to go racing again here at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez.
Hey, 2 on slicks. What could possibly go wrong? There we go. Austin Cindric. You almost forget about his road racing background. But he's there, and is that Brad Keselowski with, Chris Buescher, who's pretty good on the roads himself. All right, pace car about to pull in, dripping and low visibility on the front. You want chaos, folks? We're about to get it.
Gonna get it. Off the Peraltada, green flag waving. Cindric and Buescher trying to get heat into those tires. Ross Chastain pops out way to the outside to driver's left. Comes alongside Ty Gibbs. Dropping like a stone is Buescher as he tiptoes down the straightaway. Austin Cindric throws caution to the wind. His windshield wipers and front nose is first to turn 1. Where is his braking point on the slicks? Where is Ty Gibbs from behind? Cindric misses the corner. He goes wide. Ty Gibbs gets through in turn 1 through the Solana S. Everyone has stayed on the road to this point, but it's Gibbs the leader on the exit of 3. Van Gisbergen gets through to second past Cindric and Chastain.
Massive loss of traction for everybody on the curbs there coming out of turn number 3 and the green paint. Who is the leader? It is Ty Gibbs. We're back in the field. And the visibility 4 wide for second. Ryan Preece up the inside. Chastain trying to sweep around. SVG in the middle. Ty Gibbs will be laughing if he looks in his mirror at this going on behind him. Preece is going to come out of there somehow in second for the moment. But Chastain is back up the inside in turn 5 and he takes second place back. SVG and Preece side by side. Shane tries to stick his nose up the inside of Ross. They'll be banging wheels as they come through 6 and 7. Ryan Preece still trying to get involved in this. Austin's rub with Kyle behind that 3 wide battle. And here comes Daniel Suarez to try and join fun as well.
God almighty, Kyle Larson almost lost control. The car almost looked like a hydroplane out there. As boy, I guess I'm not going to get to call any action today because now
don't show this replay. They're about 5 wide going into the stadium section as Austin Dillon did miss turn 1 along turn 4, curve of NASCAR. But Seth, they're going crazy in the stadium section. They were 5 wide going to turn 10. Where are they at now?
There's still a double file mess throughout, and everybody's going to survive, I think, for the most part, as they get through the stadium section. Now into the Forest Soul, now into the Parrots out of that wide. Final sweeping curve, 3 wide still.
Trevor Bayne.
Feel like this is the hardest conditions to make that decision with. It's right in between. There's no standing water. There's no dry patches. You're right in the middle of that decision as we see Cindric kind of hanging on to some track position.
Everyone fanning out everywhere down the Recta Principale. But as they get to the Solana S, Ty Gibbs is ahead of Ross Chastain by about 12 car lengths. Austin Cindric has fallen well back. AJ Allmendinger goes around his outside at turn 1. Kyle Busch muscles his way to driver's left on Cindric. Chase Briscoe will be the next to try to get around the neon number 2. Everybody trying to figure out the wet conditions in Mexico City.
That curve on the exit of turn 3 is glacially slippery. Here's the battle for second. Shane Van Gisbergen up the inside in turn 4 of Ross Chastain, who tiptoes around the high line. But Van Gisbergen gets the spot on his teammate. Ryan Preece settling in 4th. We'll get back to the next group, which is led by Suarez, ahead of Larson, McDowell, Justin Haley, Todd Gilliland, and the ever-dropping Austin Cindric, but he's doing a great job to hold on. Talking of holding on, Daniel Suarez completely sideways through turn 6. Kyle Busch coming back from off the track to try and avoid the tyre stack. It is all happening in the back end of the field. Eric Jones in the middle of this as well with Christopher Bell, who's made a tremendous jump from the back of the field. He's 17th.
This is wild. This is unbelievable. Ty Gibbs, by the way, is the only one that's probably feeling good. His lead is nearing 3 seconds of Ross Chastain. Then it's Van Gisbergen, Preece, Suarez, Larson, McDowell, Haley, Gilliland, and Cindric as they fan out all throughout the corner. Now heading into the stadium section. Eric Jones trying to go the long way around to make a pass on the Zane Smith automobile. Not Zane Smith. It is Zane Smith. Yeah, okay. You would think I'd get that 38 and 71 deal solved by now, but anyway. 3 wide with that can't miss Fun Pops car. Stenhouse 4 wide behind.
4 wide through the Peraltada. Has anyone ever gone 4 wide through the Peraltada of the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez? Cars are absolutely everywhere here as Ty Gibbs leads on the way back to turn 1. Further back, Kyle Busch loses control and spins. Slams into the back of Justin Haley. Slams into the side of Kyle Larson. Other cars go skittering and spinning out of control in the Solana S, including Chase Briscoe, including Austin Cindric, including AJ Allmendinger. And the caution is out.
Oh, boy, that was a hydroplane-like deal.
Kyle Larson's done. He's got broken suspension when Kyle Busch came flailing right into him. And Kyle Busch just lost it under braking going into turn 1 and wiped out nearly half a dozen cars.
Some of the lead blocks been left on the racetrack from someone. Yeah, Busch just lost it under braking. Zane Smith was also losing it. He had his own separate incident behind, and Kyle hit the back of Justin Haley. Chase Briscoe will be lucky he didn't get any damage. He may have hit the wall on the right-hand side. What a shame for AJ Allmendinger. He was completely pinballed in that one. Skiffled, some might say, off the racetrack. He was already halfway in the corner and was hit from Bush right in the right rear, so that'll be big damage for AJ. And as you mentioned, Kyle Larson with right front suspension damage. Could have been a good day for Larson in terms of getting a decent result. His day is probably done. We'll have to find out what happened.
It has to be. It looked like the right front was completely broken on the 5 car.
Yeah, and many people's pick for the day. AJ Allmendinger also perhaps in real trouble. Oh, Chase Briscoe will have rear damage. He was hit quite hard from Zane Smith, who, as I said, was having his own separate incident right behind Kyle Busch.
Yeah, the right front of the 5 car here, Matt, it's broken.
Yeah.
My goodness. What do you have to think Justin Haley was thinking when that happened? Goodness.
Probably nothing, and then suddenly he was hit quite hard from behind.
JT? Hello.
Hola.
You needed to say something.
I was going to say something, but then I realised there was no point in saying it.
That doesn't stop us. So go ahead.
Right. Okay. I've just had a look, and this was not what I was going to say, but I've just had a look that the NASCAR Severe Crash Prediction Center account on Twitter has done the full severe crash warning in Spanish.
Oh boy.
Of course.
Yeah, but I can give you the official cars involved if you want from NASCAR.
Yes.
It's the 7, 19, 38, 9, 8, 5, and 34.
I have no idea where the 9 came from.
Yeah,
Zane Smith is crab walking on the beach on his way to pit road.
Okay.
Hood is up for Chase Briscoe.
This is a weird DVP area that I've just seen on my TV pictures. It's literally just in a gap behind the garages between the stadium section and the pit building. It's very weird. You will see it in a couple of moments.
AJ Allmendinger on pit road getting looked at. Right rear damage for the 16.
Twitter as well.
Now, meanwhile, at the front of this field and was getting away from everyone on the restart, Matt, was Ty Gibbs. And should we be surprised that Ty Gibbs on a road course in the wet was leading comfortably and confidently? The answer is no. He led the most laps in the wet weather race at Chicago, on the streets of Chicago last year.
Yeah, and sprung to a lot of people's attention, of course, at Daytona on the road course a couple of years ago, when he had a tremendous run. So
yeah, he won. He won on the
Yeah.
Daytona road course in the Xfinity Series.
Yeah, his first start from memory.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, really came to a lot of people's attention. Work going on Allmendinger's car, and Justin Haley's in the pit box to Josh's point. They've gone behind the wall with Larson and with Zane Smith to work on their cars. To your point though, Gibbs, he was leading and getting away, but once Van Gisbergen finally cleared Chastain, he was eating into Gibbs's lead there. We'll never know what was going to happen, of course. Once SVG got into a bit of clean air, he was catching him. So pretty much halfway through this first stage already, and we've got one green flag lap out of it.
Ty Gibbs, by the way, leading the most laps in Chicago last year, finishing second to Alex Bowman in that race, which did have a wet weather component to it. So we're under caution again here in Mexico City. And as Matt mentioned, the Kyles, Larson and Busch behind the wall here. And just by the looks of it, Seth, I don't see it actively raining now in the stadium section and behind the wall. So I think the rain is now stopped. Of course it has. Oh, dear.
Hey, me.
Chris Buescher has
had
to finally come down and get wet weather tires on the 17. He was probably thinking, why did we do that?
Well, what he and Austin Cindric were trying to do was hold out for long enough that it stayed green and dried up, and that everyone would have to come back in and put the wet tires on. And of course, they were already on slicks. But
Right.
Never in a month of Sundays was that going to work out for those two guys.
Never in a month of Sundays. There's 4 of those, right, normally?
By the way, Matthew, I can tell you that Mexico City, not the only place where weather is creating things. Just saw something on one of the video boards. Severe weather is approaching at Oakmont.
Oh, heavens. So, again, it looks like it stopped raining here on the main straight and towards the stadium section, but that's not the case where you are, Matt. You still have the umbrella out, do you?
Yep, still covering from a sprinkle down here. So
now, of course, we did go into the city and find a very nice young man that decided to be our intern for the weekend. He's holding that umbrella for you, right? What are we paying him for?
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
you don't pay interns, fool.
Juan is down here with the green, red, and white umbrella.
Whoa! Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Very good. Very good.
Thankfully, no, there's no wind, so we are highly perched here. We are strapped on, of course, for safety reasons, but thankfully it isn't windy up here too.
Oh, dear. The things that Matt has picked up in his 6 years. No, yeah. Oh, okay. Getting 1 to go.
Thank you, Josh, for bringing sanity back in.
Again, the choose is right on the exit of the S's.
Because it's Mexico, half to
go. So, Seth, getting ready for another restart. Raining in some portions of the track, not raining in other portions of the track, but still the track is wet.
I was going to say, I've always been of the belief that when you have this situation and you have drivers on certain tires and, on one set of tires, but it's not, it's like, it's some portions it's wet and some portions it's dry. It's not completely wet all the way around, raining all the way around. That could create just as much chaos. Gibbs, Van Gisbergen, Chastain, Priest, Suarez, McDowell, Gilliland, Jones, Bell, Idell, and that's your front 10. Rack them up and go again.
Green flag back in the air. Verde Bandera waving, and Ty Gibbs on the jump from driver's right has a nose in front of Shane Van Gisbergen. Daniel Suarez was weaving down the straightaway, trying to find a wet patch of road to cool those wet tires. Van Gisbergen leans in on the left elbow of Ty Gibbs. Those two are still wheel to wheel going into the Solana S. Gibbs got a bit loosey-goosey on the back end, was able to pick it up. He makes it to turn 1 as the leader. SVG in behind through turn 2. Back to the right-handed turn 3. Gibbs skitters wide, and here comes Van Gisbergen after him.
You'll have the inside running as they run up the back straight here to turn 4 with SVG. He is not using the wiper. The one on the front of the monster car is flailing from left to right. Van Gisbergen up the inside and put the pole sitter back to the lead as they come through turn 4 on lap number 10. Gibbs will stick a nose up the inside at 5, but he won't be close enough. He'll just worry Van Gisbergen. He's still very, very wet around this side of the racetrack indeed. Van Gisbergen sideways through 6 and 7 as we ride on board the 54 car. You mentioned Suarez weaving down the front straight. What I think he was trying to do was get off the grid boxes, which of course painted, very slippery, tried to find some traction. Didn't quite work for him, but he's found himself in 4th place behind Chastain.
So it's Van Gisbergen with the race lead. Then it's Gibbs. Chastain 3rd, Suarez 4th, Priest at 5th. Gibbs about a car length back, whips it a little bit wide, gets off the course on the curbs, another slip and slide. Oh, he goes way wide. Ty Gibbs, the stadium section, doesn't lose 2nd. In fact, he's gaining a little bit of ground on Van Gisbergen, so the wideness didn't bother him. He wants the lead coming through the Peraltada. Gibbs and Van Gisbergen for the top spot.
SVG gets the drive off the outside of the Peraltada, but Ty Gibbs is right there, right underneath the rear spoiler of Shane Van Gisbergen across the line. We're finally halfway through this opening 20-lap stage. Meanwhile, back at 4th, Ryan Priest and Daniel Suarez, elbow to elbow. Priest has a nose in front in that cherry red Ford Mustang for RFK, but now Daniel Suarez carries it a bit deeper into the braking zone and gets ahead of Priest before they even get to the corner. Suarez moves to fourth, but now Priest will counter back to driver's left into the left-handed turn 2. The quick switch back right at turn 3 as Ty Dillon approaches the scene as well.
Good run for Ty Dillon. He's having a tremendous run up in a 6th position at the moment. Suarez keeps Priest behind him for the moment. If you're right on board with Michael McDowell, it's certainly wetter at this half of the circuit compared to the front straightaway, and the stadium section for certain through the S's is the wettest part of the racetrack at the moment. Only part that we've seen any rooster tails. If we get some kind of green flag running, everyone is going to find out where the best place to run is in terms of water, dampness, dry parts, etc., etc., the best place to be. But we have to get a few laps under our belt for that to happen as we ride on board with Michael McDowell, who's past Ty Dillon now, and he's up in the 6th spot.
Indeed. So move McDowell up to P6 now. If Ty Dillon fighting back and getting the spot. Now, I was about to ask you, Matthew, about Ty Dillon. Now, I should know because, hell, I was there, but didn't he have a good run in the wet weather race at the Roval about 5 years ago?
Yep, won a stage.
Yep, and he battles Christopher Bell, does McDowell. Meanwhile, you got Eric Jones, Todd Gilliland, and Cole Custer battling back there. So as they go through the set of corners, McDowell, who has a tight corner spot there. Christopher Bell, Eric Jones, Todd Gilliland. You got about 5 under a blanket. Watch out for pianos. Ryan Blaney's there too.
Moment ago, Seth, in turn 10.
William Byron got in the back of Noah Gregson, and Noah Gregson might have literally crapped himself because he went for a spin.
Well, Noah Gregson, remember.
He did the one thing that they tell you not to do here.
Yes, Noah Gregson, remember, in the wet at Chicago, has just had miserable times running in the wet in the streets of Chicago the last couple of years, Matt. So I don't think he's going to have a very enjoyable Mexican experience today.
Yeah, it seems that way. He started down the field and has already had a spin early in the piece. So a long day perhaps for the 4 team. We ride on board with Christopher Bell up into 8th place. Had a terrible run in qualifying yesterday. And he is making the most of the conditions so far and giving Michael McDowell a hurry up as they come through turn number 4. Ty Dillon just in front of these guys. A little bit of a gap back behind Bell to Jones and Gilliland, as Seth was describing. All these guys under a very small blanket. Through the S's they come. There's a bit of a puddle there forming on the inside of what will be turn 6. Bell going to stop one up the inside of McDowell at 8 and will avoid the tyre stack on the inside and get the pass done. Bell up a position up to P7 for car 20.
Bell, of course, had a decent run yesterday in the Xfinity race before he blew his engine. More on that Grand National race in our hot lap. Shane Van Gisbergen's on his own hot lap. He has a near 2-second lead over Ty Gibbs as he sweeps through the stadium section. Then it's Ross Chastain in the 3rd position, but SVG, you had a feeling he could go out and make this a bit of a laugher, and early on, he indeed has.
Yeah, depending on where you looked, he was either a 2-1 or 5-2 runaway favorite to win here this afternoon. Now, a long way to go, and as Matt White mentioned earlier, we've been making him the favorite on many road courses ever since that win on debut in Chicago a couple of years ago, but he has not won since then. To win a Cup Series race, no matter where you're at, you have to put a full race together, Matt, and we do forget he is still very new to Cup Series racing, and so is the team in which he drives with, this brand new Trackhouse team. They're going to have to put a full race together today, get the strategy right, get pit road right, and of course he's going to have to get a little bit lucky at times as well.
Yeah, indeed. Much like Chicago, the conditions are suiting him at the moment, but perhaps if it does dry out later on in the afternoon, everyone else will come back to him. Of course, we've got stage breaks and other cautions to get through, so might not have it all his own way, but if he can get in clean air and get to the front, this is what he can do. He's now 3 seconds clear of Ty Gibbs, and Ty's also got about 3 seconds on Chastain in 3rd place. He's got Ryan Preece troubling the back of him. A little bit further back, Austin Cindric, who I'm pretty certain he's still on his slick tyres. He is now 31st, second last of the guys in the lead lap.
Yeah, that has not worked out for
that.
Curve of NASCAR there is where Austin's at, about a mile behind the leader. Because, as you said, that has not worked out. I do think you're right, though. He is still on the slick tires, I'm pretty sure. As let's pick up action in the stadium section in front of Seth.
That's a strategy that wasn't properly planned. As Van Gisbergen continues to show you, whoa, Christopher Bell hopped the curb and trying to make a move on Ryan Blaney, who in turn looks to make a move on the Dylan automobile, and Bell nearly hit Blaney.
Boy, Bell did not have any traction through the Peril Tata that time, and now he will be very vulnerable on the main straightaway to drivers at the back door, which include Michael McDowell. McDowell hasn't had the greatest last couple of laps here, trying to make up ground in that number 71. Zane Smith rejoining the racetrack, leaders having to get around him on the main straightaway, down the Recta Principale. It is very much drying out a lot here on this end of the speedway. Back to turn number 1, trying to find a place and just getting in line as Zane Smith. Cole Custer's jumped up in line here, up to 11th. The winner, of course, in Chicago in the Xfinity Series a couple of years ago, if you want to call that a race.
Yeah, in a rain and mist shortened race on the streets of Chicago. Let's talk about Ryan Blaney, because here he is up the inside of Ty Dillon coming to the curve at NASCAR Turn 4. That will put him up in a 6th position. We talked about Christopher Bell having a good run in the last few laps. Ryan Blaney has cut his way through the teens and now has found himself in the top 10. So the Worth Ford moving forward very quickly, number 12. He's right on board with Michael McDowell. He's just in behind this group. Christopher Bell just in front of him as they come through turn 8 and 9, the last two of the right-left corners in the S's. SVG now 4 seconds clear Seth at the front.
Yeah, he's making it. Turning this into a laugher. But there's action hot and heavy throughout the racetrack. That Bell and Blaney kerfuffle got pretty hectic. And who's that back there making a move? Is that Ryan Blaney? Yes, Blaney getting around. He's past Dillon. He's past Suarez. So Ryan Blaney is now into the top 5. That black, white, and red number 12 car on the move.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney passing Daniel Suarez right in the stadium section puts you in mind of what he said earlier this week when he co-hosted with Mike Bagley and Pete Pistone on Sirius XM Wednesday morning, when he said his one rule this week was to not wreck Daniel Suarez. He does not want to draw the ire of the Mexican race fans, but right in front of the stadium section, he makes his way around Suarez, and as Matt and Seth rightly mentioned, Blaney is on the move up into the 5th position. Just behind him, Christopher Bell to driver's right on Daniel Suarez in the Solana S. Or Ty Dillon, rather. Dillon rubbing elbows with Bell, and Michael McDowell watching that battle as they exit turn 3, and Bell gets a bit cockeyed out of the corner.
Yeah, loose on traction for Bell. That'll give the position to McDowell. He'll easily clear the number 20. You can see everybody, if you're watching pictures on this back straight, certainly moving around, trying to find the water, because it is dry at this end of the racetrack. They're trying to keep those wet tyres in the cool window here. They don't want to get them overheated. The blocks on those tyres will move around. You have less grip. Tyres are far too warm to cope with the traction that you are trying to get from them with your right foot, as the field streak their way through the S's, and now it's almost 5 seconds the lead for Shane Van Gisbergen as he heads back to the stadium in Seth Eves.
A 5-second advantage as Van Gisbergen weevils and wobbles, trying to get, again, as Matt says, it's all about traction at this point. A bit of a wobble, but that's not going to bother him any. The purple 88 is on the move, and Austin Cindric. Boy. Yeah, this is not working, man.
Cindric is 31st, 40 seconds off the lead. He has only one car on the lead lap beaten, and that is Catherine Legg in car number 78. 6 laps to go, coming to 5 laps to go here in stage 1 of the Viva Mexico 250 at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Shane Van Gisbergen by 5 seconds leads from Ty Gibbs, Ryan Preece, Ross Chastain, and Ryan Blaney. That is the top 5. Daniel Suarez, the winner of the Xfinity Series race yesterday, running in 7th, trying to run down Ty Dillon, who has been extremely impressive here in these opening laps. Dillon moving up into the 6th position. A lot of the leaders under braking to the Solana S here in turn 1, and Suarez is under pressure from Michael McDowell. McDowell taking a peek to driver's right, and through turns 1, 2, and 3. Out of turn 3 comes Suarez, slinging it wide, as McDowell will look to try to take a peek to his inside as they race down the Recta Trancera. But we are underway here in Mexico, and Matt, your thoughts of the first 15 laps here?
Yeah, certainly the track is drying much more at your end of the racetrack. You see that on the front straightaway that time by Austin Cindric just trying to hang out here for the end of the stage break and get his tyres changed in whatever way they want to do it, but it has certainly not worked for that 2 team. But now we've got a bit of actual running under our belt after that truncated start, let's say, with Toyota, and the caution for rain, and then the caution for the accident with Kyle Busch. Now we've actually got some racing under our hands. It's producing a decent show. We've got the old comers and goers at Mexico.
Seth, what about you? Your thoughts of the early runnings here in Mexico as Christopher Bell's going to come down pit road. We'll talk more about flipping stages and strategy as we go on. But Seth, your thoughts?
I mean, it's been about it's kind of what we expected. A bit wild, positions 2 through 40, but at the front, 88 is making hay, and he's already set he got the Xfinity fastest lap. What a shocker!
Christopher Bell, 4 tires and fuel in his Mobil 1 Toyota Camry here. Flipping stages, Matt, something we talk about a lot on road courses and big ovals like we're going to next week at Pocono. Pit road closes when the leader starts the penultimate lap of the stage. So with 3 or 4 to go in the stage, you'll have some drivers come down pit road so they don't have to pit during the stage caution.
Yeah, and then they can vault their way back up the order. And as we are seeing, and you talked about it a little bit yesterday, clean air is certainly king here, and of course with the rain, although it has now stopped quite a lot and drying up pretty quickly with the humidity. Clean air is king, and visibility is king as well. As we check in again with Austin Cindric, tippy-toeing his way into the wet part of the racetrack through the end of the S's, especially here through 5 and 6 is probably the wettest part of the racetrack, and Cindric, as I said, just hanging out here to the end of this stage. They've written this one off. They'll come in and do some changes. Talking of coming in, second place, Ty Gibbs on pit lane.
Yep, Ty Gibbs going to come to pit road from the second position.
Interesting, though, they had the wet weather tires on the wall about a lap and a half ago, but as they heard more drivers talking about the track tryout, they quickly changed it to the slicks, so they will put 4 fresh slick tires on the top car for Ty Gibbs as the 41 of Cole Custer should be coming down too. He said they could only go about maybe 3 more laps on the wet, so they are electing to bring him down sooner than later. Car balance is fine for the conditions, though.
Scheduled green flag pit stops as we head toward the end of stage.
Joey Logano on pit road here. We haven't talked a bit about Logano in these early laps, struggling with the conditions. William Byron is in. So too is Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, Austin Dillon, a number of drivers taking this opportunity with 3 to go in the stage before pit road closes to come to pit road here. So Shane Van Gisbergen stays out. He's going to go ahead and win the stage, you would think, Matt. He could still come in at the end of this lap because it's once the leader starts the penultimate lap. Actually, in fact, Matt, what do we think he's going to do? Because normally when you're on a race-winning strategy, you do flip the stage and give up the stage points. And really, stage points don't mean much to him at all right now because he's so far down 33rd in points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here because you could pick up a stage win. That might come in handy later on, but you need to get a race win and get yourself in the playoffs too. As we talked about in the pre-race, plenty of chances for him to do that, and he is going to come to pit road.
So he's all the way down to the number 1 pit box, so he's got to go all the way down pit road at 40 miles an hour.
Rain showers in the area. Will they gamble and stay on wets? If they do that, they would have a big advantage against the field as you see Priest and Blaney staying on the racetrack, Marty.
Here comes SVG. Yes, the 60 stays out. I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 comes down pit road. Ross Chastain, they talked about if we can win the stage, we will stay out. Here they're going to go to slicks. They left it up to Shane Van Gisbergen. Steven Duran said, you can do what you want to do. He said he wanted slicks. Track is drying quickly in his opinion, Trevor.
And we see the King car come down. An impressive run for Ty Dillon, putting on those slick tires right now. The 71 car of Michael McDowell, though, is opting to stay on the racetrack to get those stage points. Another reason they're staying out is they feel like a 106 is the lap time that they got to shoot for to put on dry tires. We just saw the leader, Ryan Priest, run that 106.
Ryan Priest stays out, so pit road is now closed. Stage win for Ryan Priest would be massive, Seth. He comes into the day, if I can get that out, tied for the final playoff spot on points with Kyle Busch. So no-brainer for Ryan Priest and the 60 team, Seth. Stay out and get the stage win.
Yep, you get those 10 stage points and 1 playoff point. So That would be huge for Ryan Preece, as he now is the leader of this race. And we see Chase Elliott and Riley Herbst battling for the World Championship of 11th place. Tyler Reddick holding the last stage point right now. So your new top 10, Preece, Blaney, Chastain, McDowell, Gilliland, Jones, Hocevar, because of course, Suarez, Wallace, Reddick.
So that's the top 10, and Preece about to come through the Peraltada and start the final lap of stage number 1. Shane Van Gisbergen, after the pit stop, will figure out, 3 wide of the Peraltada, Seth.
Yeah, well, that started because the 34 almost got hit by McDowell, and McDowell still rubbing elbows with Todd Gilliland. He got Gilliland a little bit loose in the stadium section, and oh, Lord.
So,
teammate.
Yeah, former teammate, that's right. And they weave back and forth on the main straightaway. Now, we talk about how big of a stage win would be for Ryan Preece, but it's not definite that he is going to win the stage. In the Solana S, he is being hounded by Ryan Blaney. Out of turn 3, they'll race down the Recta Trancera on the last lap of stage 1.
Would be big for Ryan Preece, and you mentioned he was tied with Kyle Busch, and it doesn't look like Kyle Busch is going to score many points today after that incident, which we didn't mention at the time. So Preece with about 3 or 4 car lengths on Ryan Blaney. They are 5 seconds clear of Ross Chastain. So it's between these two for the stage victory. And as they come through 5, it doesn't look as though Blaney is catching. He's going to need a mistake out of Preece here on this last lap to have a shot at nicking the stage win from the Colgate number 60. Into the final right-hander of the S's. Preece versus Blaney for the stage win set.
Yep, Preece keeps the lead. Blaney now works his way out of the corner. He has about a 3-car length lead, does Preece, over Ryan Blaney, working through that set of corners, now heading toward the stadium section. And Blaney's gaining on him a little bit. He gets within a car length on the main straightaway, in the stadium section. But as they go through the Peraltada, looks like Preece will probably have enough to hold him off.
Ryan Preece going to score just the 2nd stage win of his career, and it's a big one for his playoff hopes. He comes across the line, green and white checkered flag waves. Ryan Preece wins stage 1 in Mexico City. Ryan Blaney scores 9 championship points as he finishes 2nd. Ross Chastain, Thowell 4th. Todd Gilliland 5th. The rest of the points paying position. And Daniel Suarez, as the caution now flies, stage 1, 20 laps in the books here in Mexico City. A wet and wild opening stage here in Mexico City. And of course, Matt, Ryan Preece, coming into the day tied for that final playoff spot, wins the stage, while Kyle Busch, who he was tied with for that final playoff spot, is out of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So big swing there around the cut line. We'll be talking about that a lot for the next, 11 weeks until we get to Daytona at the end of August for that regular season finale.
JT?
Hello.
Hola.
I have some info for you which you may or may not want, but the pre-show was 50 minutes. Stage 1, 50 minutes. It took us 50 minutes to do stage 1.
Well, did of course have 2 cautions, one for the rain, then for the crash. Stage 2, 25 laps.
WWE knockout obliteration.
Yes, exactly right.
I sent it to you, Matthew. I know you've seen it.
Oh, and I did see it, yes.
Let me send it to the others. Hold on.
Yes. Oh, yes. Josh cooked, as it were. Now, what he cooked, I don't know if it was carne asada or not.
Oh, boy. A video. Oh, God.
It is. You may or may not need
Lord.
sound.
WWE.
You do need sound, yes. There you go.
Of course, speaking of carne asada, Matt.
That's all Adriano Romano's music.
Speaking of carne asada, Matt, yesterday Sheldon Creed was running the Pit Boss carne asada Ford for Haas Factory team. It was a nice touch.
Sure.
Hold on.
I think Matt's getting a bit tired of the Spanish puns.
No,
Too bad.
I'd lost you on my screen. I was trying to get you back without replying, but I've now got you back.
Question will be, is Matt going to do the stage 1 break segment in Spanish? JT?
I've just made a revolutionary discovery.
A revolutionary discovery.
Here we go.
NASCAR, the marshals around the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, they are wearing orange and they are not in the NASCAR officials' uniform. We have the orange overalls in NASCAR before GTA 6 was released.
Shout out to the Orange Army here in the UK and at Le Mans this weekend, of course.
We're going to...
You can do Spain racing, but it will not happen in Spanish. There probably will be some Spaniards in there. Perhaps.
We will do that here in just a moment, as caution laps are very long around here, so we'll have plenty of time to do our stage segments today. We'll wait for the drivers that did not pit there to come to pit road, cover those stops, and then we will have On This Day in Racing History. Stage 1 in the books. We're live on USRN and JBM around the world. Glad to have you with us for the first ever NASCAR Cup Series race in Mexico, where Ryan Preece has won Stage 1. Started on the front row, did Preece. Great qualifying lap yesterday. He said it right before the rain set in on the session yesterday, and he was actually following his teammate Brad Keselowski around the racetrack. He was in the tire tracks of Keselowski that entire lap, and while Keselowski started, I believe it was 30th, Preece followed him around the track and set the second fastest lap of the day. Go figure. That sounds about like Brad K's season, I'm afraid.
Toyota has just got the free pass, has done so while the field were coming down the back straight.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe unable to score his 4th consecutive pole. He's been kicking everyone's bass on qualifying day the last 3 weeks.
Oh, boy. Oh, God. Real quick, rain. We are officially in a weather delay at Oakmont.
Oh, boy.
NBC has now shown the third round of the 2008 U.S. Open.
Oh, well, I wonder why they're showing that one.
Not like anything happened in that or anything, but... And Arizona leads Louisville 3-1 on the top of the 7th in an elimination game of the College World Series.
By the way, Seth, let's get a track update real quick at turn 10. Looks like it's pretty dry out there heading towards the stadium section.
And indeed it is. It's dry up here, too. With all these colors, pink and yellow and purple and neon and gray and gold.
A kaleidoscope of color.
No cars, by God.
Yeah, a kaleidoscope of color in the stadium section in Mexico.
A car is not on the track. Wait a minute.
Oh, God. Pit road will be open this time, and we'll see a lot of them come in. Not Michael McDowell, however.
Just come to pit road, but some do stay on the racetrack, Trevor.
Yeah, the 71 opting to stay out. Steve, we mentioned this would open up the opportunity for a 2-stop race, going longer on these rain tires, especially with more weather being a potential later on, Kim.
On the flip side, Trevor, Ryan Blaney in that 12th car, middle of your screen, elected to come. They had a discussion on the radio. Ryan telling his team, it's getting pretty dry. It is getting there. I think I will feel confident on the slick, so we'll put those dry tires on for Ryan, Marty.
Kim, I talked to Derek Finley, the crew chief for Ryan Preece, on the bottom of your screen about this possible move this morning. He said to Steve's point, not only where we are in the points, but also the unknown of today. I'm going to take stage points and a playoff point if I can get it. He did indeed get it. They go to Slicks for the 60 after the stage 1 win. You know.
So Preece followed by Blaney and Jones on pit road under this stage 1 caution. JT?
And I have somewhere, where is it, the predetermined time, if you didn't know already, for this race, 7 p.m. Eastern, midnight BST.
Stay. Oh, very good. All right. All right, Matt, let's go. Stage 1 is done.
Stage 1 is done, and it's time for On This Day in Racing History on the Ultimate Sports Radio Network.
Thank you, Dan. Carry on, Matt.
Oh, that was new. Very, very good.
Yeah, we joined the AI world during the NBA Finals.
Don't have to tell all of our secrets, by the way. That's Dan, of course, another intern.
Oh, shut up.
Voiceover Dan. June the 15th, then, on this day in racing history. We're going to skip the birthdays today. There is plenty on this list, but there's so many races against this date. Let's see if we can get through a few of them. Last year, we were, for the Xfinity Series, for the Hy-Vee Perks 250, Sam Mayer getting the victory. In 2019, Scott McLaughlin was a winner in the Supercars Championship up in Darwin at Hidden Valley Raceway for the first race of the weekend there. 2018, Brett Moffitt again at Iowa, winning the Truck Series race, the M&M's 200. 2014's Le Mans 24 Hours happened on this date, won by Audi, Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer, and Benoit Treluet getting the victory. Sage Karam won an Indy Lights race on this day in 2013 at Milwaukee. On the same day in 2013, the Diamond Seller Classic at Mid-Ohio as part of the Grand Am Series, won by Christian Fittipaldi and Yao Barbosa. Ryan Hunter-Reay was the winner of the IndyCar race at Milwaukee on this day in 2013. Also on this day in 2013, Regan Smith was a winner in the Nationwide Series at Michigan, the Alliance Truck Parts 250. 3 races at Darwin on this day as well in 2013 for Supercars. Races, wins shared between Jamie Whincup, Mark Winterbottom, and Craig Lowes. Chris Buescher won an ARCA race at Michigan on this day in 2012. The Rain Eater Wiper Blades 200, which are, of course, part of the field today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. won the Cup race at Michigan in 2008 on this date, the LifeLock 400. On that same day, another win for Audi at Le Mans. Dindo Capello, Tom Christensen, and Alan McNish getting the win. 2003's Sirius 400 at Michigan was won by Kurt Busch on this day. And also on this day at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, the Air Canada Grand Prix won by Michael Schumacher. Patrick Carpentier winning at Laguna Seca in the kart championship on this date. And because it was in that weird portion where we had 2 IndyCar races happening at the same time, Scott Dixon won the IRL race at Pikes Peak International, the Honda Indy 225. Also in on this day in 2003, Bentley got their win at Le Mans with Guy Smith, Tom Christensen, and Dindo Capello. The 97 Le Mans 24-hour race happened on this day as well. Again, Tom Christensen, that was his first of his wins, along with Stefan Johansson and Michele Alboreto. Michael Schumacher again winning the 97 Players Grand Prix of Canada in Formula One. Ernie Irvan, a Cup winner at Michigan on that same day in 97, the Miller 400. And we will scroll up to find Mario Andretti winning a kart race at Portland in 86, the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. Bill Elliott winning the Miller American 400 at Michigan on the same day. Nigel Mansell won the Canadian Grand Prix on this date in 1986. Another Cup race winner there, Benny Parsons in 1980 at Michigan, the Gabrielle 400. And that pretty much concludes on this day in racing for the 15th of June. We've got about half a lap to go before we go back to green.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Matt.
This has been on this day in racing history. Now back to the tower. And Matthew Owens.
Wow. Dan very excited about
Boy,
that.
Dan is excited.
Very nice
Dan
to hear.
is very excited about this. Speaking of Dan and exciting, Matthew, can you sit? Matt, I'm talking, damn it. But anyway, Matthew, it's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, not 1, 2 back to 1.
Okay,
Dumbass,
say what
man.
you want to say.
You guys send me the. You mind sending me the music you used for the sync? So that was really badass. I liked it.
Oh yes, indeed. Indeed.
Sorry, Matt. I got a little frustrated. Carry on.
I've just scrolled my Google tab forward to next week. More on this day in racing at the end of stage 1 at Pocono next Sunday.
Ah, very good. All right, doubled up here, Seth, and what we're going to have is the top 4 on wets. The next 16 are on slicks.
This won't be chaotic or anything. Michael McDowell and Carson Osavar, a all-Spire front row. Then it'll be Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric, Christopher Bell, Ty Dillon, and Cole Custer, the top 10.
And again, the drivers on the front 2 rows staying out and going on wet tires. Everyone else on slicks behind. So let's see which tire will be the best to have on this quickly drying racetrack, but a track that still has sections that do have damp patches. Peraltada is very dry. That's where the field comes through here to take the green flag. And going way wide to driver's left goes Carson Hocevar as they come across the line. Michael McDowell has a nose in front of his teammate Hocevar as they race at very high speeds down the Recta Principale. McDowell weaves to driver's right to get in front of Daniel Suarez. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes between Suarez and Hocevar. Suarez is almost pushing McDowell into the Solana S. McDowell drifts a bit wide. Suarez gets to his right elbow. Crash in the back. Noah Gregson is spun. Eric Jones goes onto the grass to avoid, but a roar from the grandstands gets thrown into the air, Matt, as Daniel Suarez leads.
Suarez pops out the other side of the first complex to the lead in the tail cell number 99. Ty Gibbs was very aggressive in turn 1 on that restart. He'll get past McDowell and go to second. Shane Van Gisbergen will follow through to go to third. So the slick runners coming to the fore here on this first lap of stage 2 under green flag conditions. Suarez, Gibbs, and SVG, the top 3. McDowell slides into 4th. He's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Austin Cindric. We talked about Cindric. It's worked out eventually for Austin. He's just outside the top 5.
Yeah, but Ty Gibbs is absolutely running to go. Ty trading paint with Daniel. Remember what I said yesterday, Ty, don't rough him up. Gibbs gets forced a little bit wide towards the stadium section. He's going to get by Suarez. Gibbs clear to the lead. Suarez second, and Van Gisbergen lurking on the both of them. He's going to make a move on Suarez for the number 2 position.
So Gibbs gets away with the lead. The fight is on for second. Out of turn 15, the Peraltada. Suarez stays ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen from now. Michael McDowell arrives on the scene. Austin Cindric jumping through traffic finally as he's moved his way up to 5th. Here's Van Gisbergen in the tire tracks of Suarez. Now will sneak a peek to his right on the way to the Solana S. Now gets back underneath the spoiler of Suarez for turn number 1. Big pack from 7th on back going into the Solana S. Ryan Preece hip checks, Cole Custer rather, hip checks into Ty Dillon. Dillon swings it wide out of turn 3. Looked like there was a car around out there in turn 1, Matt, as the fight for second goes to Curva NASCAR.
And Curva NASCAR will take SVG to second. It was John Hunter Nemechek who's spun and recovered down there at turns 1, 2, 3. Van Gisbergen will play nice with his teammate there a little bit, but he got the run out of 3 and had the run to 4, goes to second place. And now Suarez will have to worry about McDowell behind him. But of course, as we've mentioned, Michael's still on the wet tyres there from his stage 1 running. Now, what can SVG do about Ty Gibbs in terms of running him down, much like he did in stage 1?
That's the question indeed. As we look at Michael McDowell, Austin Cindric just blew by him. Shot out of a cannon was Cindric. So move him up to 4th, and now he is going to try to work over Suarez at the stadium section. Suarez, Cindric, McDowell, all under a blanket as they work their way through the stadium section. And we've got a replay here of something. This might be the early crash.
Yeah, John Hunter Nemechek, how did he get turned around? Oh, got punted by, it looks like, Tyler Reddick in the Solana S. Boy, Austin Cindric finally having some confidence in the tires that he's on. He just jammed his way past Michael McDowell, gave him the old Linda Ronstadt, blew by you. Now here he is to the right elbow of Daniel Suarez at the end of the Recta Principale. Into the Solana S, and Cindric muscles his way past Suarez and goes into the 3rd position as they race down the Recta Transala.
Suarez bouncing out of the turn 3 there, up on the curve, losing some time. And what can Cindric do about these 2 guys out front? A little bit further behind here, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to find some cooler racetrack with the damp patch on it on the back straight. Carson Hocevar also trying to find some water. He's got Cole Custer to his left elbow. Alex Bowman just outside the top 10 here. Decent run so far for the 48, and he's side by side with his teammate William Byron. And they will both have to get out of the throttle here because Carson Hocevar is the rolling roadblock on those wet tyres through this part of the racetrack, and Bowman will dive up the inside as they head to turn number 8 and make the pass. So Bowman puts himself up into, I think that's 9th position once timing and scoring catches up.
Meanwhile, Bell and Suarez right next to each other. What about Bell? Boy, that was close contact there, but Bell able to make the pass, so Suarez losing yet another position. And now he'll feel the heat from Michael McDowell as they work their way through the Peraltada.
So Bell moving up past Suarez, who's backpedaling a bit here after the restart and a crash at the Peraltada, Seth.
That's Todd Gilliland, and nose first into the wall in that 34 Long John Silver's car. Waits for the rest of the traffic. He goes the wrong way. Waits for the track to be completely clear so he can grab a gear, reverse, and eventually get back on the track as Ryan Priest gets into him. Ryan Priest gets into Gilliland, and a complete 360 just about.
It's a shame for Todd in that nest of traffic there. Just ends up getting hip-checked around by Ryan Priest. Gilliland, as Seth mentioned, had to wait for a gap in the traffic to pull up, then had to reverse to get pointed back the right direction. Took him a long time to do so. Let's go to turn 4 and now into the S's and Matt.
Suarez in 5th position after being passed by Christopher Bell. Now under pressure from Michael McDowell has leapfrogged both of these guys. To get up in the 4th. And that the rain light still flashing in the back end of it, under pressure from the 71.
Yes, this battle continues here. Gibbs and Van Gisbergen continue into Gibbs and Van Gisbergen, your top two, as McDowell puts the heat on Suarez in the stadium section and work through there and then through the Peraltada. Now McDowell and Suarez cutting him off. McDowell not done though.
And they're coming to pit road together.
Wow,
Suarez and McDowell. That was a bit awkward. McDowell's in pit box number 1 towards turn 15.
Yeah, you're going to see dry tires or slicks go on the 71 car. Michael McDowell, obviously a great job managing that, staying out on those wet tires, was able to keep the track position.
And for Daniel Suarez, originally NASCAR, they were going to be 1 at 10 to 12 laps on those wet tires during this stage. That's not the case. They ultimately decided they were done with the wet weather tires, putting on slicks. Suarez saying, I don't have much front turn or forward drive. The team saying, we'll get another read of it on these slick tires.
So Suarez and McDowell both go to slicks. We heard there during that caution how Michael McDowell and his team were discussing that there was a certain lap time that they wanted to get to say that this is now the time to go on to slicks. So apparently they have met that lap time that they wanted, and on to slicks goes Michael McDowell on lap 9 of 25 in stage number 2. This second stage 5 laps longer than the first. We're working lap 29 of 100 for the race. Ty Gibbs leads Shane Van Gisbergen by 1 3/4 seconds. Austin Cindric is 5 seconds back in 3rd. Christopher Bell is 4th. Cole Custer is 5th. A big wad of traffic is coming out of turn 9 and towards Seth in turn 10.
Yeah, working through turn number 10. Chris Buescher ahead of Ryan Blaney and Riley Herbst. And, boy, one car going way off the track back there. That's the Tyler Reddick machine. Tucks back in line as they work through the stadium section. You got a big knot of cars. Bubba Wallace, Ricky Stenhouse, Eric Jones, Ross Chastain. 3 wide, Jones, Chastain, and Stenhouse. Oh. Whoa, how do you say Stenhouse in Spanish?
Stenhouse was trying to get to pit road. He had a hand out the window there to let everyone know, but as they were running 2 and 3 wide behind him, it was hard for everyone to pick that hand out the window. Austin Cindric and Christopher Bell at 3rd coming very close together. They're down the Recta Transera heading to the curve of NASCAR in Matt White.
Thank you. A little bit of water in the works at this end of the racetrack, but we've got that cut sorted out now, hopefully. And Cindric under pressure here for the 3rd place from Christopher Bell. We should not be surprised that Christopher Bell is having a decent run after his win, of course, at COTA in the spring. Didn't qualify very well, but here he is inside the top 4 here as we head to pretty much 1/3 distance through the end of the S's. And Bell is all over the back of the number 2 car of Austin Cindric.
Yep, indeed, as we have Bell trying to get in behind Cindric for 3rd. Bell packs it in. Gets in the back of Cindric, slides off the course, goes wide, does Cindric. Bell will now make the pass with relative ease at the stadium section. Did he overdrive it? Nah, a little bit, but not enough to lose the position. Christopher Bell now into a podium place. He's P3. Cindric drops back to 4th.
Yeah, Matt mentions that we shouldn't be surprised that Bell is running so well. And, of course, on a new racetrack, too, Bell is one of the quickest adapters in the Cup Series today. He adapted quickly going up to the Cup Series when he first came up to the top-tier level of the sport. He was quickly to adapt to the Daytona Road Course. Remember, his first career win came in the second race on that Daytona Road Course. New tracks like at Gateway he's run extremely well at. And, Matt, very quick to adapt to the wet weather conditions in New Hampshire last year, a race in which he won.
Certainly did. Been monitoring the gap at the front, staying around about 2 seconds, give or take a tenth here and a tenth there, between Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen. We're on lap 11 of 25. This second stage a little bit longer than the first, so we're interested to see. We'll monitor that as it goes on. Bell is 7 seconds back of the leader. Let's see how quickly, if he can, close down on his teammate. We're on board with Zane Smith, who, of course, lost a load of laps on that repair that they had to do to his car earlier on in the day after the Kyle Busch-induced caution down there at turn number 1 earlier on. Gibbs, Van Gisbergen, Bell, Cindric, Custer, the top 5. Bowman, and Joey Logano, the top 10.
So it's Ty Gibbs with a roughly 2-second lead. Works through the Peraltada, and he'll complete another lap this time by.
And he's holding this lead of about 2 seconds lap after lap. He's not allowing SVG to close in on him like SVG was when we were still in mostly wet conditions. We have a caution on the racetrack. Yellow flag is flying.
That's not supposed to be there. So,
oh boy, and Matt, it's out of turn 9 and Ryan Truex.
Yeah, just at the end of my handover section to Seth, Ryan Truex sideways in the middle of the racetrack. Michael McDowell had a scare as he came around there to see the 11 sideways in a strange place to spin. He's got himself back rolling again. Let's see if we can get a replay. He must have been assisted to end up there. Let's find out what happened. Came through 9, and across all of that painted stuff, you know why? That's wet, and it's off the racing surface, and you shouldn't be out there, Ryan.
And it took until lap 32, but Matt complaining about track limits finally is off your bingo card.
Well,
that's a very good line,
I didn't
though.
get a chance to jump in. I didn't get a chance to jump in and say Ty Gibbs' move for the lead was done completely off the racetrack earlier, but never mind.
He passed SVG. Who cares?
That's very good. Yes, just to reiterate what Matt mentioned earlier on our track scene set, there are track limits here, but it's only through portions of the S's. There are no track limits on any corner exits here around the racetrack. Yes, JT?
Track limits? In NASCAR? What's that?
Oh, yes.
But yes, another proof of the point why don't go on the painted stuff when wet. Do not go off track, and believe it or not, when it's rained, paint is slippery.
So
Josh Turner 2025.
JT approves this message.
Yeah, most of the S's section, as you mentioned, has actually been marked out by the sort of the tyre bundles on the inside of the corners to stop people trying to chop across the inside of corner apexes. So that's doing the job. It's the liberties people are taking with the outside of the corners that's getting my ire.
Yes, and of course, Daniel Suarez, remember last night on the last restart of the race, kind of got hip checked onto the grass in the Solana S by Taylor Gray, and there was contact there, but he went off the track, came back on, and was still in the lead. And there were people, stupidly, that thought that he would be penalized for track limits there. Okay, sure.
You get knocked off, then I can understand it, but
yes,
but just cheating across there is no. It wasn't like anyone was going to not see that, were they?
No, but he got hip checked off a bit by Taylor Gray, came back on and was still leading, in which he hung on to win, of course. And I'll just... I can't remember who said it. It may have been Brock Beard last night on Twitter. I can't quite tell. But if you thought that they were going to penalize Daniel Suarez for going off the road there, then I have a 2003 Talladega Budweiser number 8 car to show you. Which was a really good line.
It really was.
Thankfully, the track limits conversation, we haven't really had it this weekend. Certainly not as much as we've had the last 2 years at COTA, good heavens. What's that?
Goodness. The Marathon Man.
Well, what else is new?
Include JB as well.
Oh, dear me. See, pit road should be open this time around. And we'll see who wants to come down pit road. Just scrolling through Twitter here. Apparently, people thought Carson Hocevar was close to bringing out a caution. What else is new? People going after Carson Hocevar.
Interesting there that the Prime, the little vignette they just did of fathers and sons, including Kyle Busch and Braxton Busch, but didn't include Kevin Harvick and Keelan Harvick, of course, because he works in the broadcast for the other team.
Right.
Perhaps.
Not many takers to pit road, but Cole Custer is on pit road. Ryan Preece has come in as well.
One of those cars coming down. He said the car is good, center and corner off. He was battling a little loose earlier, so they will put fresh tires on this as well as fuel. Marty.
Ryan Preece coming down pit road. He and Derek Finley continuing to show that they are being aggressive when it comes to pit calls. Here he comes down, and they gained some spots. So his thought here is that, hey, let's put some fresher tires on. Maybe we can gain some track position with everybody else short stage 2, and maybe once again get some stage points there.
Good mark.
Also, a Dinger coming down pit road as well, and they've done a pretty good job after all the damage they sustained earlier on. Dinger will pit here as well in stage 2.
So everyone exits pit road here, as we're going to be going green with about 9 or 10 laps to go in the stage. JT?
Everyone's favorite account has commented on the situation about rain lights. And, well, it does involve Carson Hocevar, which is why I'm mentioning it. Yesterday, Bob tweeted, with rain in the area, they are going to start Xfinity qualifying with all cars in the dry setups. A 40-minute session, no groups, that way if it rains they all have a chance to make a lap in the dry. Carson Hocevar then responded to that, saying, is Cup doing the same? Asking Bob instead of NASCAR officials, right? So, when Bob Potcraft said drivers told they can turn off their rain lights, everyone's favourite account, NASCAR Chasm, responded with quote marks, Bob, can we turn off our lights now?
Let's hear from Kyle Busch.
And when you're spin?
Just in the rain, and I went down into 11 and got on the brakes pretty hard, and everything was fine. Everything was comfortable, stopped really good, and I'm like, okay, I can be a little bit more aggressive this time. Getting back into 1 and went to I think the 10 marker. If there's a 10 marker, it's the bridge. And we've been going much past the bridge, all day on dries and so wet. I figured it's going to be fine. And as soon as I went to the brakes, it was just on ice, and I was just sliding. And so about a second and a half or so, I was just trying to figure out which direction to go. And then I was like, I got to turn this thing around backwards because I'm going to nail some people. So hate it for all those that were involved in my mishap there. And hate it for Lucas Oil and, of course, RCR, ECR, the guys. I mean, car yesterday in qualifying was really good. Felt like we were going to be really sporty in the dry. I hate that the rain came and now it's nice and dry. So just have to go fight for more points in another week.
All right, we'll see you in Pocono.
Coming to the green.
All right. coming towards the green flag. They've already chosen Ford Mustang now pacing the field, Seth, as they hit turn 10 with once again Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen on the front row. Seth, it seems like those two have been the class of the field to this point.
Yep, and they'll share the front row with 11 laps to go in the second stage. Christopher Bell third, fourth Austin Cindric, fifth Alex Bowman. Thank you, Prime, for showing the playoff grid when I was getting ready to finish reading the rest of the top 10 for this restart. Bravo out of you. Whoopee baby. All right. You heard the top 5. Pace car's off. Go ahead.
Ford Mustang pace car to pit road into the restart zone. Green flag is up in the air once again as everybody hits the loud pedal and races down this nearly 4,000-foot long main straightaway. Ty Gibbs with a nose ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen. Austin Cindric pops out to driver's left. He's alongside SVG. So too is Christopher Bell to driver's right. They've sandwiched SVG in, but now Van Gisbergen drives it hard into turn 1. Gets back alongside Ty Gibbs. The quick switch back left of turn 2, back to the right for turn 3, and they're dead even for the lead down the Recta Transera.
Battling side by side for third as well. Cindric and Bell were into each other there, accelerating out of turn number 3. Meanwhile, just in front of them, Gibbs will have the inside running as they get to Curve and NASCAR at turn number 4 and will take the lead, or retain the lead, should I say, from SVG. Cindric has hung it tough around the outside of 4. Will have the high ground for 5 and take third away from Bell. That'll push him into William Byron, who's found himself inside the top 5. Alex Bowman just behind him as the field snakes their way through the S's section. Gibbs leading from SVG with a couple of car lengths back to Austin Cindric.
So it's Gibbs, Van Gisbergen, then Cindric, and that is your top 3 as they work their way through the short straight. Here's Alex Bowman wanting to make a move on his teammate William Byron. To the stadium section they go. Gibbs by a car length over Van Gisbergen, then Cindric, Bell, and Byron. Meanwhile, Blaney rubbing elbows with with Chase Elliott as they work their way through the section and into the Peraltada. Austin Dillon's into the mix.
Chase Elliott, of course, who's been one of the best road course racers in the modern era of NASCAR, but has not won on a road course in this next-gen race car. Down the main straightaway they go, where blue skies are starting to appear straight over this main stretch. But as they go towards turn number 1, they'll be back under gray clouds. Under braking to the Solana S, it's Gibbs from Van Gisbergen and Cindric. Chase Elliott further back. Still on the bumper cover of Ryan Blaney. Daniel Suarez deeper in the field here, Matt, after that pit stop, trying to pick his way through traffic.
Suarez right in the thick of things here. As you say, trying to pick it through outside the top 15 at the moment is the number 99. Lap. And he found his way back onto the racetrack and continued no caution. Leaders still very closely tied together. SVG not letting Ty Gibbs get away like he did on the last restart this time, Seth.
Yeah, Gibbs able to stretch it just a small bit over Van Gisbergen. Everybody running single file at the present time. It is still Ty Gibbs who has the lead as they work their way into the stadium section now. And the crowd will watch Gibbs and Van Gisbergen continue their battle ahead of Cindric and Bell. Side-by-side action there with Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon. Dillon couldn't quite get around him. You also have action a little further back with Michael McDowell battling there, but it is Gibbs who leads.
And this front straightaway now looks to be completely dry outside of maybe a couple of patches well offline. So the Recta Principale is the first portion of the racetrack to get completely dry. Ty Gibbs leads Shane Van Gisbergen by 3 car lengths. Under braking into the Solana S. Gibbs has been holding a steady wheel all weekend long, even going back to yesterday when he led so many laps and contended for the win before that late crash. Out of the Solana S, Matt, it is so great to come to a NASCAR race with corner and straightaway names as they go to the Curve of NASCAR.
Into Curve and NASCAR, you're absolutely right. We'll get it again next week, of course, a little bit at Pocono as the top 2 come round. Christopher Bell still tucked right up behind Austin Cindric for the battle for third position, but we'll focus in on the 54 of Ty Gibbs, who had a steady, you could say, start to the season. It's picked up somewhat through the spring, and this is for sure his best chance to get his NASCAR Cup Series debut victory south of the border.
So it is Ty Gibbs continuing to lead from Shane Van Gisbergen. You have Cindric Bell and Byron. That is your tie. That's becoming a little bit of a party there. 3 under a blanket perhaps there for third entering the stadium section. Make it 4 with Alex Bowman lurking. Christopher Bell stays ahead of Austin Cindric as they work through the Peraltada.
Yes, very nice fiesta going on here for the third position as exiting the Peraltada, Christopher Bell gets in front of Austin Cindric for that third position. Then comes William Byron. Alex Bowman is there too. Very, very difficult stretch of races for Bowman has now put him on the playoff bubble. He is in that bubble area of the playoffs following a head-on impact with the Turn 2 wall at Michigan last weekend. He really needs a good run here today, Matt. And, of course, he was the winner in the streets of Chicago, the second race on that course last year.
Yeah, another race affected by weather, of course, so knows how to get it done in the mixed conditions, and he's got his teammate just in front of him in William Byron. All 3 of the remaining Hendrick cars inside the top 9. Kyle Larson, of course, torpedoed out of the race by the spinning Kyle Busch in stage 1. Bell getting around Cindric on the last lap has already stretched that gap out to, well, 5, 6 cars. As I talk, it's getting bigger as they come through the S's. Bell wants to get involved in that lead twosome at the front of the field, which is Ty Gibbs and SVG.
Continue to work on through the corner here. And it is Ty Gibbs continuing to show the way. He's leading nearly a full second over Van Gisbergen. The battle, though, on it, 5th place. Looks like that might be the closest battle with Alex Bowman trying to make a move on William Byron. Can't quite do it in the stadium section. At the front, though, but the battle continuing on there. Cindric having a good run in 4th in that Neon 2.
Yeah, it's completely turned around for Austin finally after that very difficult beginning when he was on slick tires in wet weather conditions. He's marched his way back up into the top 5 here. I'm hearing that Eric Jones has run into an issue somewhere in the Family Dollar number 43. We'll try to pick out what's happened to Jones for Legacy Motor Club, who's had a good last couple of weeks or so, as the leaders head back to the Solana S. Oh, here he is, coming to pit road, and heavy damage on the left side of the Eric Jones car and a flat left front tire.
He comes to pit road. I saw the same thing out of Bell. He had slid in that right front 2 or 3 times. I'm waiting to see if that thing makes it to the pit stop.
Yep. So, well, it's more than just a flat tire, though. He's hit something on that left side as he limps to pit road.
That only SVG has.
Okay, no, still no report on Eric, so okay. Shane Van Gisbergen trying to run down Ty Gibbs. This is only the 3rd race all year that Ty Gibbs has led. Comes in 24th in the championship standings. He's going down the Recta del Ovalo and into turn 10 into the side of Seth Eves.
Yep, so comfortable running for Ty Gibbs. He has a good, healthy-ish lead over Shane Van Gisbergen. It's not a hello, fans. Hola. Hello. Hello. Nerds, Gummy Clusters, I'm assuming. Yay. Lightning McQueen. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. John Cox from Mexico as Ty Gibbs continues to look.
It's very nice seeing how many kids have been in the stands this weekend as well. Enjoying the action with NASCAR coming to Mexico. I don't think we will be able to fully comprehend, Matt, how big this weekend is for NASCAR on the international level, especially here in Mexico, until multiple weeks or months down the line.
Yeah, certainly once we get the gate numbers in later in this week and the TV numbers, especially from the local TV stations perhaps, and a bit further afield in the Central and Southern America's part of the world, then yeah. So far though, well, almost at halfway, you have to say, and through the weekend with the race yesterday, of course, with Suarez winning, it's been a success as Ty Dillon gets beaten up by first Ryan Blaney and then got one on the way through from Chase Elliott. So 2 positions lost for Ty. He's down to 9th from 7th, falling into the clutches of Darrell Wallace Jr., his first appearance in the top 10 so far this Sunday afternoon in the 23 car.
Oh, man, that was close there with Ty Dillon and Chase Elliott, but Everybody seems to be doing, everybody gets by just fine. Chase Elliott now hops over the curb now, trying to get by Ryan Blaney for the number 8 position as they weave through the stadium corner.
Of course, this stadium section was not used a decade and a half or so ago, 20 years ago, when the Busch Series first came here. They just ran around the stadium section, around what the old Peraltada, not the old Peraltada, but the old Peraltada was, just made a 180-degree right-handed As you well know, Matt, the Peraltada used to be heavily banked at 32 degrees. And then for safety reasons with Formula One and other open-wheel cars here, probably not the best idea to have those open-wheel cars go through a 32-degree banked turn. So they knocked the banking down, and now the only banking on it is just enough to get the rainwater to drip away from the racing surface.
Yeah, it was a fearsome corner back in the day. Ayrton Senna had one of his big crashes there, ended up upside down, gravel trap. In a McLaren in 90, I think, I want to say off the top of my head, 89 perhaps. We're getting a replay here from back in the pack. That is Riley Herbst having a shoving match with Michael McDowell, who went right out onto the very wet runoff area. Had to skip across the racetrack there, but fell back in line behind another car, so didn't gain an advantage by going across there. Michael actually lost a place. It's Chris Buescher who was coming through as well and actually gained it straight back. And here's the replay of we told you about before with Ryan Blaney just overshooting the braking marker slightly, and Chase Elliott getting sucked in by that, and as I said, giving a clip to Ty Dillon on his way through. Yeah, the stadium section wasn't there for starters, and it wasn't used until Formula One came back here, give or take 10 years ago. Austin Cindric on pit lane.
I'm sure that's a relief for Austin Cindric, who has gone 41 laps till that set.
Ty Dillon also on pit road after getting bullied by the best friends, Ryan and Chase. Got bullied on the schoolyard over there at turn 4, curve of NASCAR. Yes, you are right, Matt. We'll have some corner and straightaway names next week in Pocono, which is very exciting. Rare that you get that in an oval. I always say they missed an opportunity. They missed a grand opportunity with the Charlotte Roval to not name more corners and straightaways there. Let's pick up the battle for the lead. Heartburn turn, of course. Yeah, that was the one they loved. Yep. Let's pick up the battle for the lead. Winding up out of turn number 9 down the Recta del Ovalo, Seth. Ty Gibbs has been able to hold off SVG for now. They go to turn 10.
Yeah, Gibbs keeps his lead. He's done a good job of holding Van Gisbergen at bay through the stadium section. Gibbs keeps it slow and steady. Van Gisbergen close, but not close enough to make a serious move. Ty Gibbs continues the lead as they head for the Peraltada.
When they come to the line, it'll be 3 to go in the stage, so we should see pit road become quite busy here from drivers beyond these top 2. Over the line comes Gibbs. SVG beat him by half a second that last lap, and Van Gisbergen is most definitely in the mix here. And as predicted, here come cars to pit road, starting with Chase Elliott and William Byron.
I think rain is coming, so they're not going to make this move, Trevor, like the 9 is making.
Yeah, the 9 car coming down to get 4 tires as well. Chase has been fighting tight on the right-handers. We saw him slide up into the 10 car in the right-hander in turn 4 there, Kim.
You see William Byron, bottom of your screen, that blue 24. He said I was starting to fade a little on those older tires, also a little tight on the right-handers.
Josh Berry
move to come down pit road and flip this stage in the Wood Brothers Ford. So these guys making the decision to pit here. Everyone will have to pit one more time before the end of the race, Kim.
22 finishing up surface there. Not a lot of feedback on the handling of that race car, but they were looking for track position. This was their option here to flip it.
Gibbs and Van Gisbergen very tight together, Matt, in turn 9.
Coming out of 9, and Van Gisbergen, as you mentioned, has closed in over these last couple of laps and has got the blowtorch out here onto the back of that monster number 54. Breaking down to the right-hander as they come into the section, the stadium section. And Van Gisbergen closer again here.
Yeah, I'm back.
It'll be interesting to see if one of these 2 guys pit here this lap, as you mentioned, getting to the end of the stage.
I think they both will, Seth. Are they?
Gibbs is. Van Gisbergen isn't.
Oh, okay. So SVG stays out, does not want to flip the stage, but Ty Gibbs does.
They're maybe in the area, but I like the 54 sticking with the plan. Let's get a brand new set of slicks on that thing, Kim.
Yeah, they did not want to ride out through the stage either, did not want to get buried if they stayed out. Just a little bit of spotter coaching for Ty Gibbs. They said a little more roll speed and wrap in 4, and you're losing time on 8, 9, and 10. Ty, though, has not complained about the race car, looking for his first Cup Series win.
And very impressed by Ty so far today, as he has been really the only driver that's not only been able to race with Shane Van Gisbergen, the only driver to be able to pass and lead Shane Van Gisbergen. To the point that you've heard from pit road here over these last couple of reports, rain most definitely is in the area again, and this was closer towards the time, Matt, where we thought rain would show up for the first time. Radar is showing a very heavy chance of rain coming in within the next 15 minutes or so. Why that becomes important, aside from changing the track conditions and the race conditions, Matt, is once Stage 2 gets completed, this race is official. And if it's heavy rain, we have known this racetrack to flood in years past because of how flat it is.
Yeah, there is no gradient really around here, and we are up so high that for it to run off and drain away. Although, you have to say, and we know it's warm, it's done a pretty good job of losing its water retention from that first shower we had. So if it's something similar, we know we're going to get something similar through the rest of Stage 3 as SVG exits the final corner to start the last lap of the stage.
So at the line, Shane Van Gisbergen, the violent racing start of stage number 2. His lead is comfortable at 4 seconds on Christopher Bell. So choosing not to flip the stage here is SVG. Perhaps that's because rain is coming again. Perhaps it's because they want the points. As Matt mentioned, if he goes on to win this race, he's in the playoffs. These points, and certainly the playoff point, could be very important to him. First, he has to win and get there, though, Matt, and he's on his way to a Stage 2 victory down the Recta Trancera.
Yeah, as we've talked about all afternoon, multiple chances over the next few weeks for Van Gisbergen. His tracks, his section of the championship calendar coming up here. Got Sonoma, Watkins Glen, and Chicago all on the horizon for chances to win. You can pick up a stage point here or there, or stage points and a playoff point here or there. That could go a long way to helping him out later on in the season. Where is Ty Gibbs? He is back on the racetrack in 21st position, just coming out of turn number 3. But Shane Van Gisbergen, Seth, is heading towards you and heading towards his stage win.
Yeah, he's on his own island right now over Christopher Bell as he is able to weave his way through the back section of the race course. He'll head for the stadium section as Shane Van Gisbergen weaves through looking for a Stage 2 victory. The favorite is looking like it today through the stadium section. Now into the Peraltada comes Shane Van Gisbergen.
Exits the Peraltada, now straightens out onto the Recta Principale. Green and white checkered flag is waving. Shane Van Gisbergen claims his first career NASCAR Cup Series stage victory. He does it by about 2 seconds over Christopher Bell. Alex Bowman is across the line 3rd. Ryan Blaney 4th. Michael McDowell 5th. Austin Dillon, Chris Buescher, Riley Herbst, Carson Hocevar, and Daniel Suarez finish out the points-paying positions as Stage 2 is complete in the Viva Mexico 250 from the Autodromo Hermanas Rodriguez. So now, as we race forward here, Stage 2 in the books, and now we get Seth. It's his turn.
All right, folks. Stage 2 is in the books. So let's get right to it and go for a USRN hot lap.
Dan sound like Bill Weber there. A hot lap. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Danny boy. Yesterday, the NASCAR Xfinity Series ran the Chilango 150, and it was an emotional moment as Daniel Suarez got the victory. He beat Taylor Gray by half a second. Austin Hill, Christian Eckes, and Cotter Zilic rounded out the top 5. Justin Allgaier had a rough day. He finished a disappointing, where did he finish? 34th. Is leading the overall championship standings now, 53 over Austin Hill. Gray and Ryan Sieg are now tied for the last playoff spot in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Hey, big North American racing weekend. Score one for Canada. Canadian Trayton Lapsevich led all 200 laps to win last night's Berlin ARCA 200. At the Berlin Raceway, he won by 3.4 seconds over Max Reeves. Wallace Allen, Brendan Butterbean Queen, and LeVar Scott rounded out the top 5. So great action going on there. Also last night, let's see. Come on, stupid computer. There we go. Last night, it was the Napa Auto Parts 150 for the ARCA West Series at the Kern County Raceway Park in Bakersfield. Trevor Huddleston led 62 laps and got the victory over Kyle Keller, Robbie Kennelly, Tanner Reef, and Eric Johnson Jr. So that was your top 5 there. Matt mentioned it. It got a little crazy at Formula One land. The 2 McLarens took each other out, and that caused a bit of a kerfuffle there. George Russell ended up getting the victory with Max Verstappen. And
my goodness, he hung on there.
And then Antonelli finished in 3rd. Piastri did rally to finish 4th, but Lando out, and I can only imagine what the quotes were post-race. Of course, later tonight, we've got IndyCar action from Gateway, where I am of the belief that it will be David Malukas' night to shine. And let's see, of course, there was another little endurance race you might know a little bit about that was going on. The 24 Hours of Le Mans in the books. What did Josh say?
Josh?
What did he say?
There was.
Yeah, indeed. The overall winner, the number 83 AF Corse Ferrari of Phil Hansen, Robert Kubica, and Yiffy Yee got the victory. And of course, they were a hypercar. Other class winners, the LMP2 class winners, went to the Inter-Europol competition number 43 of Tom Dillman, Jakub Simachowski, and Nick Ioli. American winning representation in the LMP2 Pro-Am class, the American AO team of American drivers Dane Cameron and PJ Hyatt, along with Luis Deltraz of Switzerland, won in that class. So congratulations to them. And the LMGT3 winners, the German Matheny First Form number 92 team of Ryan Hardwick, Richard Leitz, and Ricardo Pera. So congratulations to them on getting that victory, as that famous endurance race has come to a grand conclusion for the season. Also, this is just for you, Matthew. Minnie Tyrell won the Cards Tour Minnie's Mission 125 at the Dominion Raceway last night.
Very good.
I know you're a big Minnie Tyrell fan, and also I'm trying to see if there's any other World of Outlaws last night.
Head of the fan club, yes.
What now?
Head of the fan club of.
Oh yeah. Indeed.
That was good that it was good that he won his race. Very good for him.
Yeah. Also, World of Outlaws this weekend, Friday night, it was the first of the 2-night World of Outlaws Premier Chevy Dealers Clash in Knoxville, Iowa. David Gravel won Friday. Corey Day, after that hellacious crash in the midweek race, won Saturday. You know, I didn't have the heart to tell Collins, because Collins Janis, because him being the David Land of dirty, getting a pissing contest. This is why my drivers would never run dirt races.
By the way,
that is a USRN hot lap. Of course, tickets are available next week. Pocono, at least for the Xfinity Series, I think they are, because Cup Series is sold out again, which is just great to see.
Yes. You could say that was a big win for Minnie over the weekend.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And I have just seen... I have just seen the McLarens clattering into one another. Matt, that's just like Button and Hamilton in 2011, right? It was on the pit straight. It was on the pit straight, just like 2011. That's unbelievable. Oh, that's a terrible moment for McLaren. Oh, my Lord.
Not to step on Seth's toes, but a quick World of Sports update from the Club World Cup. PSG 4, Atletico Madrid 0.
Oh my God!
Good
wow.
all time.
Wow.
Fabian
That's-
Ruiz, Vitinha, Senni Molue, and Lee Kang-in with a penalty for PSG. Clement Longley was sent off with 12 minutes to go.
Well, Louisville leads Arizona now 8-3 in the top of the ninth. So it looks as if they are going to stay alive, and Arizona will be the first team to go home from the College World Series. This game's been a comedy of errors, by the way. And we're still under a weather delay at Oakmont with Sam Burns leading the United States Open.
Does that mean I get to step on both of your toes now?
Well, we gotta play Dan's message.
This has been a USRN Hot Lap. Now back to the booth. And Matthew Owens.
Thank you, Darlin. And that is it
Darlin,
for
whoa.
our stage 2.
Darlin, is there something you need to tell us, Matthew?
See, that would land much better on if anyone here listened to Bagley and Pistone in the mornings on
okay.
TMD. But anyway, yes.
I got you.
So thank you, Seth, for that.
All right. Josh, speak before you spontaneously combust.
Okay. I will think before I combust, don't you worry. It's time to nerd out because the Brisket F1 stock cars had a doubleheader this weekend at Ipswich and Great Yarmouth, the two tracks which they don't normally go around, and they were two rare visits for them. Heat wins in Ipswich for 381 Tyrone Evans and 452 Joshua Spires. Then the grand final at Ipswich was won by 515 Frankie Wayman Jr. and the Grand National win by 8 Catherine Harris. And then Great Yarmouth, the first time that they'd returned to Great Yarmouth in around 20 years for the Briscoe F1 stock cars, part of their 70th year anniversary. Heat wins to 368 Callum Thornton and number 8 Catherine Harris. Heat 3 was won by 132. Sorry, no. Yes, Heat 3 was won by 526 Finn Sargent, who got docked 2 places for using the curb too much. So that promoted 132 James Hall Morton to the final. And, well, the grand final at Ipswich was won by 515 Franklin Wayman Jr. The grand final at Great Yarmouth was won by 555 Frankie Wayman Jr. And the...
Really?
Yes, and the Grand National at Great Yarmouth was won by 381 Tyrone Evans, and it was also the 2-litre Bangor World Final at Kings Lynn, the Trackstar 2-litre World Final, and that was won by 570.
Big weekend of motorsport for Kings Lynn. They had the Whiskers and they've had a Grand Prix win.
Very good. I have no idea what words you just said, but I hope you had a good time saying it. We're under caution. Stage 3, the final stage about to start. It will start right around the halfway point, so let's go ahead and get our USRN mid-race report out of the way.
Broadcasting around the world from the USRN Ultimate Sports Radio Network Broadcast Center on Mixlr. This is your NASCAR Cup Series mid-race report.
Shane Van Gisbergen, the Stage 2 winner, is the leader. He has led for a lot of this race. So too, though, is Ty Gibbs. Gibbs has, in fact, led the most laps. He's led 23 of the 48 laps that we've completed. Shane Van Gisbergen's led 17. Ryan Preece has led 4 laps. He was the Stage 1 winner. Other lap leaders, Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher, and Austin Cindric. We have had 5 cautions so far today. Lap 1 caution for rain. Then we ran some laps in the rain. Kyle Busch lost control in turn 1, had a heavy crash that also collected others like Kyle Larson, Zane Smith, and a few others. Larson, in fact, is back on the racetrack, which is a shock to many people. Kyle Busch is out of the race. He will finish 37th and last. 34 of the 37 starters are still in the lead lap. The only car still on the track off the lead lap is Zane Smith, 5 laps down in 35th. Shane Van Gisbergen currently owns the Xfinity fastest lap of the race. We are coming to the start of the final stage here in Mexico City. Shane Van Gisbergen and Christopher Bell will be on the front row.
The reason I said whoa is because great choice on the music there, Buster.
That was your NASCAR Cup Series mid-race report from USRN, the Ultimate Sports Radio Network.
Very good.
I love the
And
music.
Dan?
She sells Sanctuary by the Cult. Somebody's been spying on my listen to tracks on YouTube and noticed I listened to that one quite recently.
Oops.
Oops, he did it again.
And coming to start the final stage here, Seth, right at the mid-race point.
Indeed. It's going to be a humding dandy, that's for sure. Van the race. Alex Bowman, Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher, Riley Herbst, Carson Hocebar, Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain, and Ryan Preece. That is your top 10. Hit it, Matthew.
Bandera Verde waving at the start-finish line, and the final stage is underway, and Shane Van Gisbergen drifts to driver's left. He will crowd Christopher Bell. Alex Bowman in row 2 looking for a place to go. Sticking his nose out around the outside is Riley Herbst. 3 and 4 wide going into the Solana S. Michael McDowell gets run into the back of by Herbst and has to take an evasive action move across the grass at turn 1. He'll have to give the places back that he gains, but the fight for the lead is on out of the Solana S between Van Gisbergen and Bell.
Plenty of people in the back of the picture there going across the inside of turn 3. Chase Briscoe and Joey Logano being the two of them. Bell up the inside to claim the lead from Shane Van Gisbergen as they head towards curb and NASCAR. But he runs wide, and Van Gisbergen gets his nose back up the inside. They'll be side by side. Black licorice lines being left on the racetrack by Bell as he head to 5. He gets back in front. Alex Bowman squirrels his way in a 3rd position ahead of the Michael McDowell, number 71. But it's Christopher Bell, the COTA winner, in the lead on a road course yet again, but he's got Van Gisbergen at the back door.
So it's Christopher Bell who shows the way over Shane Van Gisbergen. Alex Bowman now feeling the heat from Michael McDowell for the number 3 position. It is Bell, though, who continues to lead as they head toward the stadium section. Van Gisbergen, though, trying to eat him up.
Oh.
It's Bell leading as they head to the Peraltada.
Yeah, Ross Chastain is spun over there, Seth.
Oh, yeah, Ross Chastain with a spin in the stadium section. And meanwhile, battle for the lead main straightaway.
Yeah, someone was going to have to get turned around there. They were almost 5 wide in turn 13. Meanwhile, in the Recta Principale, Christopher Bell weaving to try to break the draft from Shane Van Gisbergen. Fight for 3rd very well may be on in the Solana S. Michael McDowell peeks out to the inside of Alex Bowman. Hops the curb. Bowman will have the inside for turn 2. Shoves McDowell a little bit wide. Michael will fall in line behind Bowman. Seth, what happened to Chastain? Well, I told you what happened. They were looking 5 wide at 13.
Whoa. Was that Kosovar who hit him?
Yeah, well, I think Kosovar got hit by someone from behind, and that's what happened. Meanwhile, on the restart going into the Solana S, McDowell getting skittered out of line by Riley Herbst, who's just had a tremendous run so far today. But didn't really, anything that he gained there, Matt, he gave back, so all was okay.
Yeah, absolutely. He got back on where he left the track, if that makes sense. As we get a shot from Ryan Truex, it was Dodgem car stuff in the middle of the field. Down there, Chase Briscoe had to take evasive action across the grass. Everyone going a little bit deeper into turn 1 on that restart now that it's dried out down there and they're all on slick tyres. And that was the case for McDowell, although he got bumped out of it. But as we said, got back in line where he left.
So,
see replays. I'd love it happening on the racetrack, but it's replay season.
Thank you very much. I can't tell you that Christopher Bell still does lead. Meanwhile, McDowell and Bowman are jousting across the start-finish line for 3rd. Just in behind those two, Chris Buescher, who we haven't seen since the Michael McDowell spun, Seth, at the Peraltada.
And Ricky Stenhouse has gone around. So that Fun Pops 47 needs to get a gear. Little flame coming out of the side of the car there.
Oh, and at turn 2, Chris Buescher gets hit wide, stays on the track, heads down the Recta Trancera. Jeez.
Back to what happened with Stenhouse. That was at the back of the field, and he got clattered by Brett Keselowski.
Oh, my goodness, Seth. How did they all miss him?
That's incredible. Incredible piece of driving by everybody.
Racing in the S's.
Well, the aforementioned Riley Herbst hanging on here ahead of Cole Custer and Ryan Preece trying to make their way back through. This is sort of 5th, 6th, 7th on back. Ty Gibbs in the middle of this stuff. He got, of course, shuffled back with the pit cycle at the end of the stage. He's trying to make his way back to the front.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Cindric watching this battle here between Gibbs and there. Meanwhile, about to leave. Van Gisbergen has it, but Bell trying to get him back. They rub elbows in the stadium section. They rub elbows again. Van Gisbergen cleared the lead of the Peraltada.
So Shane Van Gisbergen muscles the lead out from the arms of Christopher Bell, but Bell is not going to let him get away with that easily. In his slipstream down the Recta Principale, and Bell in the draft closes in, now weaves out to driver's right. Van Gisbergen will drift a defensive line. Now Bell sweep to get a good arc into Van Gisbergen, beats him to the apex, slides the back just a bit. Bell will close in for the left-handed turn 2 and the right-handed turn 3 onto the Recta Trancera.
Seth, talk us through the lead change.
Yeah, Bell got a little off the course and he went way wide, and then Van Gisbergen was able to take advantage, and then just a little elbow there just to just for good measure.
So the
Real
race
quickly,
for
Matthew, changing sports, I can tell you NBC has now gone to showing the final round of the 08 U.S. Open, and they also have a clock stating that play will resume at Oakmont in less than 20 minutes.
All right, very good. Here come the leaders out of turn number 9 and heading towards Seth at the Recta del Ovalo.
So it is Van Gisbergen with the lead. Bell in second, trying to regain lost ground, but Van Gisbergen continues to show the way through the stadium section. It is Bell, McDowell, Bowman, Busch to the top 5, Suarez, Herbst. Gibbs just got by Custer Ferrell. Gibbs is ahead of Herbst, excuse me, the 2 Monster Energy cars. And then Austin Cindric back there in the top 10 as well.
So everyone getting sorted out here off the restart. Shane Van Gisbergen has the lead. Now, Matt, these front runners, it's certainly SVG, Bell, McDowell, and Bowman, and perhaps a few others like Suarez, they did not pit during that stage 2 caution, so they're going to have to, wow, oh my goodness. Mess
Eric
in the
Jones.
S's. Wow, Eric Jones just, that was, just put the gloves on and box in the center of the stadium section, for goodness sakes.
That was Ryan Blaney trying to get up the inside of Jones on the last lap through curve of NASCAR turn 4, and Jones said, no, I'm going to send you to the wall on the right-hand side, voiced his displeasure. Meanwhile, at turn 3, Mike Keselowski still in the thick of things in the Castrol car. He has Ryan Truex with him, and Tyler Reddick, and Ross Chastain. Austin Dillon in the back there in the boot barn colours as well. All happening down here. This is right down at the tail end of the field. Keselowski has the spot for the moment. Oh, the car off. It's Carson Hocevar who's overshot at turn 4. Or he was put off by someone else, perhaps. But he is getting it spun around the back going, and Ryan Truex is in the wall. As we cut from one camera shot to the other, Ryan Truex has had a spin. And he will spin again as he goes back across the wet grass. It's not donut time yet, Ryan, and he gets its back pointing in the right direction and back underway, and we stay green.
Well, Seth, I don't believe the Truexes will be 2 for 2 in Mexico.
That's a pretty safe bet, I'd say.
Poor Ryan.
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it here today.
Yeah, poor Ryan, Seth, I'm sure would have much rather have driven that car at Michigan or Nashville than Mexico.
Or Pocono.
Yeah.
Or Pocono, yes. Here come the leaders, or at least the lead group.
I'm sure he's like, oh, now you decide to have it.
Yes, indeed. Onto the main stretch. What I was about to cue up there, Matt, was a lot of these guys at the front did not pit under that stage 2 caution, so therefore they have not pitted since late or during the caution for stage 1. So they're going to have to be on pit road here, we would expect, fairly soon. We've got 46 laps to go in the race. Fuel window, the edge of the fuel window, far edge of the fuel window was told to be about 32 laps. So the question is, can they get to about 30-ish laps to go before they have to pit again?
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? Depends how much more yellow we get from here to the end. Will depend on if they can make it with 2 stops to the end. Those guys that are under the caution perhaps can do the rest of this. Back up in the air. We're looking back at Austin Cindric from Riley Herbst, who's having a great run up into 8th.
Indeed he is. Good show for Riley today, although he's feeling the heat from That's not him feeling the heat from Austin. That's Suarez feeling the heat from Austin Cindric. Cole Custer now putting the pressure on Herbst. This is for the 9th position, and boy, Custer's feeling the heat himself. Ryan Preece for a spot in the top 10.
And again, rain is still a part of the mix here. Rain over by the mountains. Yeah, absolutely. Over by the mountains, over towards the main straightaway, the Recta Principale portion of the racetrack there, it is raining. We'll see if it moves in on the racetrack. Like I said, because it's so hot and it's so humid and we're so high above sea level, it's almost impossible to get a clean look at the radar or a clear look at the radar, because I just clicked on at the stage 2 caution and it said 75% chance of rain in the next hour. That number's gone from 75 to 25 now over the last 5-10 minutes. So they have no idea. No one has any idea if it's going to rain here at the racetrack here in the next hour or so. JT?
You could say that the rain will be coming around the mountain when she comes.
Oh God.
Oh, very good.
By the way,
question, Carson went off on his own. Ryan Truex was fine. I think that was Ross's fault.
And meanwhile, the racing in the mid-pack has just been ridiculous. And here they come storming at you, Seth, from 10th on back down the Recta del Ovallo.
Yeah, you got Ryan Preece, Chase Briscoe. Locking up there. Briscoe's way off. Briscoe's way off and hits the wall. He's going to lose about 3 positions. Briscoe boots Ty Dillon out of the way. Dillon will lose a handful of spots himself. A little argy-bargy there in the stadium section.
And now Chase Elliott into the back of Chase Briscoe at the Peraltada. And now 3 wide coming out of the Peraltada. Blaney, Wallace, and Preece, 3 of them across the track. You don't see this kind of racing at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez when Formula One is here. Here's Ty Gibbs at the Solana S, peeling to the inside of Alex Bowman. Gibbs will pick up the 4th position. This is the best racing that these fans have maybe ever seen at this racetrack, Matt. It's all over the place.
Yeah, everywhere you look at the moment, there is a battle, and most of them contain about 4 or 5 cars and more. This is where all this started, with Custer elbowing Briscoe out of the way, and that got him through. That's just before we picked this up. Chase was trying to turn the 41 car. Ryan Preece said, I'll have a piece of this too. Ended up not going so well for Ryan at the stadium section, where he glanced the tyre barrier after way overshooting turn 10.
This is terrific. I mean, Seth, you wouldn't come here to see Formula One to see racing like this.
No, you would not. That's for sure.
More like a Formula E race than a Formula One race at the moment out there.
Right. Oh, exactly right. All kinds of just bumping and banging, and on they go. At the front, meanwhile, Shane Van Gisbergen leads Christopher Bell by about 2 seconds. Here's the 2 chases. Briscoe and Elliott, they were rubbing bumpers the last time they came through the Peraltada. They exit that corner here and leak back onto the main straightaway. This is happening at 11th and 12th. The chases, one from Indiana and one from Georgia. Going at it with Eric Jones just in behind. Jones has been able to stay on the lead lap despite his flat tire earlier, and he's picked his way through into the top 15. Yes, Seth?
Aw, man, Elliott's going to make the pass and ruin my joke. I was about to say, just like January 2nd in New Orleans, the one from Indiana is ahead of the one from Georgia.
Very good. That battle heads down the Recta Trancera.
Chase, and they're side by side. Elliott trying to get past Briscoe. He couldn't do it in the first complex. Eric Jones sitting in behind here trying to pick up any pieces he can. Elliott gets past Briscoe. And Jones, who's been aggressive so far today, and he's recovering from that flat tyre he had not so long ago either, as well. Side by side with Briscoe, trying to avoid the tyre stacks through the S's. Briscoe keeps the 43 behind, showing the war paint. Sides, he's got tyre marks, he's got tank tape going on. It's been a day so far for Eric Jones.
Yeah, it's been a day, all right. He tucks in behind Briscoe. Meanwhile, Byron and Nemechek side by side. Nemechek going to get off the course, the stadium section. Blaney's right there, too. Byron, though, stays ahead. Blaney should make the move on Nemechek, and he will. So Ryan Blaney passes John Hunter Nemechek. This is back at around the 14th position.
So Blaney picking off Nemechek there. I haven't talked a lot about John Hunter Nemechek today outside of an early spin on a restart. By the way, whenever we're on JBM, we're not the best at keeping up with the comments on JBM on YouTube. We're not used to that. Maybe someday, here soon, we will. But just want to give a shout out to everyone listening to us on YouTube. By the way, Dennis commenting says, happy race day to everyone and hi from France. So now USRN has made it to France.
Oh, oui, oui.
Yes.
Bonjour, everybody.
So hi to everyone watching here as Jones, Matt, in turn 4.
Briscoe tries to defend it. Jones had the nose up the inside. They both will run wide. Briscoe keeps the spot, and William Byron will take one away from the recovering Eric Jones. Ryan Blaney, as Steph mentioned, just in behind this group of cars as well. And this, as we said, is all happening for 12 on back. Briscoe with the widest Camry in Mexico at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. It is a very wide one indeed. Now Byron's going to make a move on Briscoe. This sort of be interesting. And I don't think it's going to be much of a contest. Oh, Byron locked up the brakes, overshot it, but he's going to keep the spot in front of Briscoe. Now Eric Jones coming back on Briscoe. Boy, that thing looks like it's been at Martinsville, not Mexico, Eric Jones. And battles Briscoe as they head to the Paratada. Briscoe ahead. Will Jones make contact with him? No, I don't believe he will.
And he's still wheeling it in the top 15. Heck of an effort here by Eric Jones, who has had good runs. In fact, all of Legacy Motor Club starting to pick up the pace here as we get into the summer months. Remember, Jones had a top 5 in Nashville, running in the 13th position. By the way, also from the YouTube chat on JBM, Damian says Allmendinger recovering quite well from his lap 7 incident. John Barber says happy Father's Day to all the dads and stepdads out there. Enjoy the racing. Howdy from Bob. Happy race day from Nathan. Glad to have you all listening on JBM. We're live on USRN and JBM around the world. The Viva Mexico 250, Matt, into the second half of this race, but still a long, long way to go. We work lap 60 of 100.
Ryan Blaney locking the brake up there behind Chase Briscoe at curve and NASCAR turn 4, the 180-degree corner. They all stay in line. Blaney painted to the back of the number 19 as they come through the S's. And they will continue to do so. Here comes Byron a little bit further forward. He picks off a place on Riley Herbst just outside the top 10 in front of this group. And rain spots on that camera down there.
Ooh.
Oh, boy. Again, nobody really knows what's going on here. But in terms of a weather perspective, but the battle rages on between Briscoe and Blaney. But again, it's all at the back of the pack. I just now got that message from Josh. Moist car.
Indeed.
That comes from NASCAR, Chasm.
Yes.
Yes.
Shane Van Gisbergen's lead, by the way, on Christopher Bell over the line this last time was 4 seconds. So Shane, who was not able to get around Ty Gibbs on that last run, was able to get by Bell on the restart and really leg his lead out. Now, Gibbs, running in 4th, is actually putting some pressure on Michael McDowell, Matt. And Gibbs is in a very interesting strategy situation as he goes for 3rd at Curve NASCAR.
Yeah, I was going to try and squeeze in a mention of Ty Gibbs while we were watching the banger racing going on outside the top 10 back there, but Gibbs has been coming forward through the top 10, and now he goes to 4th on McDowell, and he's already got away by a few car lengths on the 71. Austin Cindric also trying to come through the field, but he's another 5 or 6 seconds back of this group. Gibbs on the charge. His target next is his teammate Christopher Bell.
So Gibbs now up in the 3rd position. And Gibbs now 3rd. Now going to try to set his sights on Christopher Bell. It feels like the only one that's going to have any real shot at Van Gisbergen, I think, is that 54 car. But he still has to get around Bell, and he's going to make up a boatload of time.
And here's Bell coming to pit road. First of the leaders to hit pit road for hopefully the final time today is second place running Chris Bell.
Last on pit road, lap 16, so they're going to want to get that packed full of fuel. Christopher saying, I need more help on slower corners. Definitely losing rear grip that run. This car, though, very good on the long run. They'll take those 4 fresh Goodyear tires, 2 cans, and pack it full of Sunoco fuel.
Oh, and they're slow getting around to the right rear on this stop. Bell's going to lose, oh my goodness, he's going to lose a bunch of time. They were waiting on the right rear, then waiting for fuel as well. As you heard Kim say, they want to pack it full. Now, Matt, it's been 43 laps since Shane Van Gisbergen was on pit road. Ty Gibbs has 24 lap fresher tires and 24 laps more of fuel than SVG does. So the way I see it, Matt, is when SVG pits, he's going to have to wait for fuel. Ty might not have to wait for fuel whenever he makes his stop.
Might not. It's 6 seconds the lead. If it comes down to a yellow flag pit stop, then Van Gisbergen might have his goose cooked. If he have to wait on fuel, he'll lose a bunch of time. But he wants to have this pit stop.
I would also worry about that 88 pit crew. It ranks towards the bottom in NASCAR Insight's pit stop rankings. JT? Ooh, very choppy. Sorry. Did not hear that. We'll try again with JT here in just a moment. As
I think JT's finally, I think his brain's finally been overheated from all the action he's had.
His brain is finally fried after all the racing this weekend. Gibbs beat Van Gisbergen that last lap by half a second. It's down to 5.5 the gap. And again, if he can charge and cut down that gap before the pit stops, because he has to wait fewer amount of time for fuel, could be huge for Ty Gibbs. We're going to have more cars on pit road this lap, including Alex Bowman.
But then once they realized it was going to be clear, elected to be on the same strategy as both SVG and Christopher Bell, making one final stop. You see him right there. Alex just saying that he needs a little bit more grip. It was a little tight, Marty.
Kim, it was such a good weekend for Ryan Preece. Started second and won stage 1, but that spin a moment ago cost him 12 spots on the track. Car's been pretty good to Preece's prediction. Hitting here with 38 to go. They can make it to the end. SVG will give up the lead in pit this lap.
So they're confident they can make it 38 laps, which is interesting because at the start of the weekend, Matt, we were told about 32, maybe 33 was the edge of the window. But here these guys are pitting, assuming they can go 37 or even 38 laps.
Yeah, I guess now we've had practice and we've had some running in the race. They've actually got a proper number on the fuel that they can work to rather than a calculated one without any physical proper data. And Shane Van Gisbergen does, as Marty said, bring the lead car to the pits on lap 63.
They need this to be their best stop of the year, and this has not been a team that has consistently pounded out good, fast pit stops. Let's see if they can here.
You cannot speed in this situation, Marty.
So Adam Stephen Dorian actually wanted SVG to run a couple of more laps, but then he came back on the radio and said, I hear you, but these tires are absolutely shot. The 88 has been terrific on the long runs today. He said he needs a little bit more turn in the slower corner. And now, as Steve talked about, them waiting on the fuel. They jump on the hood. He's back up on the track. We'll see where he cycles out.
15/7 second pit stop. That did include waiting for fuel. So write that number down. SVG's pit stop was 15.7. What will Ty Gibbs' final stop be whenever he comes to pit road? And when will they bring the 54 down pit road? They don't have to for a bit, remember. He's got more fuel on board. So it's all coming together. But the problem is now, Matt, now that SVG has stopped, they cannot leave that 54 or any of these other contending cars out too long and get caught by a yellow.
No, exactly right. And I was just trying to catch, and I did catch it. He did get out in front of Christopher Bell, and of course Bell was second, or he pitted a couple of laps before it. The gap has closed between those two, as Bell's had a couple of laps on the fresher tyres. But Van Gisbergen got out ahead of Bell. What do they do with the 54? This time for Ty Gibbs, he stays out.
And when he crosses the line, there will be 36 laps to go. Let's try JT again real quick. There he is, yes.
Hold up.
Jeez. Okay, very good. Thank you very much, JT, who is dying to go to sleep. Dying to go to sleep. As we have 36 laps to go. Oh, and a car around at the Peraltada is Carson Hocevar. We just said Ty Gibbs cannot afford a yellow. He needs Hocevar to get going, and he's not. They have not thrown a yellow flag yet. He's trying to get the... Oh, boy, Ross Chastain nearly hit him. Are they going to have to throw the yellow? Yes, they are. Caution is out, and this will burn several drivers, including race leader Ty Gibbs. Oh, my.
Are you kidding me? My goodness. Well, there's some drama, potentially.
They gave Hocevar plenty of time there, didn't they, NASCAR, to get that going as Gibbs passes him. But he couldn't. He's now rolling backwards, much like we saw Ricky Stenhouse do earlier. And he spun in pretty much the same spot. And now he gets it fired, which is a shame for Ty, Joe Gibbs Racing, and Toyota.
And he wasn't just sitting there trying to get a caution either, because he lost a lap. Gibbs has gone and lapped him. So absolutely no advantage for Carson to go a lap down. So, oh my. JT?
SVG's got a loose wheel.
Oh, no.
Oh.
We were just talking about that pit crew, Matt. They have not put consistent fast stops in all year long. They rank towards the bottom of full-time pit crews. Ugh.
I was going to mention it looked like a pretty decent stop. We saw it from start to finish, and they had to wait on fuel, as you said, but didn't quite, it seems, go to plan.
Well, it doesn't look like he's come to pit road here under caution.
Oh, I guess well, pits are closed, so...
Well, yeah, pits are closed, but be better to pit now than have it come off under yellow.
True.
Sorry there, I know I broke the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, not 1, 2, back to 1 rule with Josh, but I saw a loose wheel and I started, that was a panic. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., I don't know if this is, when Gluck's tweeting this, I don't know if this is Ricky Stenhouse in a previous quarter, he just said over the radio, but he said Carson Hocevar brings out BS cautions all the time. So that feud is not over.
Where is the people?
Catherine Lex says her pedal is stuck to her foot, literally welded onto my foot, she says. Brian Priest restarting at the rear, he believing it was track limits. And Matt has a party. Lots going on here. And Hocevar drives with the biggest S-box I've ever drove in my life. An impossible result happening here. Everything happening here.
Well, I'll be interested to see. Here if SVG does he come down pit road this time, because if he well and truly felt it was loose and didn't come to pit road this last time, then maybe it's not loose. Maybe he's feeling something. But, Matt, you would think with these single lug wheels, if it was loose across a 2.5 mile pace caution lap, it would have already come off.
Yeah, maybe he just was feeling it out, perhaps.
Because they had to wait for fuel, the pit stop was 15.7 seconds. There would be no excuse to not get all 4 tires tightened in 15 seconds. Yes?
Max Verstappen and Red Bull have launched an official protest about George Russell.
Oh, God.
Anyway, Ryan Priest
on what grounds?
Protest lodged by Oracle Red Bull Racing against the driver of Car 63. That's it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, good. Just because he was there.
Yes. Ryan Priest was driving through too many pit boxes, by the way, and SVG is told that everyone says the lug nuts are all tight. The shop confirmed it as well. SVG says that it still feels like it's moving around. Either way, he should cycle to the lead here. That's from John Newby and retweeted by Jeff Gluck.
If it's still moving around, Matt, maybe it's not a loose wheel. Is there a broken axle? You would also think that would have already shown its hand if it was a broken axle.
Yeah, maybe on the drop there from the jack, but he was down and then they let him go. So it's when they're spinning wheels just as they, and then they hit the ground. He was down waiting on fuel, so we can perhaps rule that out. And we will keep tabs on car 88, which we are now focusing in on screen with our prime camera down there at turn 1. He's ahead of Christopher Bell, so that will probably be the 1-2 here.
Yeah.
On the green. Alex Bowman we know is pitted, as is Ryan Priest and Chase Briscoe, all in this sort of back end of the pack of the train at the moment.
Yeah, and taking a long time to open up pit road as well. Again, Matt told us in Ones to Watch, the tracks coming up on the schedule, this has to be rich hunting grounds for SVG over the next few weeks. If he's going to make the playoffs, and Matt, you rightly said it earlier, the reason Trackhouse elevated him to the Cup Series full-time was for him to at least win one of these road course races and make the playoffs. Because as we have learned, making the playoffs versus not is the difference of a massive amount of money. So they bring this third Trackhouse car in, put him in it, solely to win at least one of these road courses, make the playoffs. Well, here he is, first full-time season in the Cup Series. He's 33rd in the championship standings. It's been really a terrible season to this point. He's starting to show gains on ovals, but it's still nothing to where it needs to be to contend regularly. But here he is over the next couple of months. He's got Mexico, he's got Chicago, he's got Sonoma, he's got Watkins Glen. 4 road course races from now to the first week of August. He needs to win at least one of them. And a great chance today.
I'll go back to what I've said on our broadcast and on Grid Tonight when we've been talking about SVG. If you look at his Xfinity runs last year on ovals, when he went back to places a second time, it was much better. Now he's coming to places again, the first time the second, more than once, should I say, for the track, but the first time now in a new car. So it's a relearning again, and we know the difference now between the Xfinity car and the Cup car is vast compared to what it used to be. Leaders on pit road.
Then Austin Cindric, we talked earlier about the one stop that he had made to get track position. Now they debated coming down this time with looming rain in the forecast.
That gets also on the bad side of that caution. You heard the radio transmission beforehand. Crew Chief Tyler Allen coaching him, not ideal, but we're not out of it. Ty, though, in terms of the car, he's been silent, which usually means it's very good.
Yeah, Ty's going to be the most aggressive one, I think, on this restart, as he does win the race off of pit road. By the way, for what it matters, that pit stop for Ty was under 11 seconds. So if it had come under green 5 seconds faster than SVG's stop, he would have basically made up the 5-second gap. So that caution really hurts for Ty.
Yeah, huge.
But
9 drivers stayed out. Of course, they had already pitted, so we'll get the order recycled in a moment, and SVG will be the leader.
SVG quote, the car is still tracking funny.
Yeah, he's not liking something. But as JT reported, it's not it can't be a loose wheel. It would have already fallen off. And again, it would have been embarrassing for that team to wait for fuel to have a 15+ second stop and not get all 4 tires tightened. I just want to wrap up this conversation, though, about SVG in the playoffs, Matt, because we had many conversations during the offseason about this, where if he can win today, let's just say he wins today, and obviously there's you can't say that definitively that he is, but let's just say he does win today. Rest of the season changes completely for him, right? We go to Pocono next weekend. Very good, thank you. We go to Pocono next weekend, Matt. If he wins today and gets that playoff spot settled today, he can go out at Pocono and just don't care about where you finish, but go for the 2 stage wins. Do something completely off on strategy. Get a stage win or 2. Rack up playoff points. Then all you have to do at these other road courses is just go for the win. Stack up playoff points. We talked about in the offseason, Matt, there was a chance SVG could be the #1 seed in the playoffs if he can just win one of these road courses and then go out the rest of the season and just stack up playoff points with stage wins and other road course wins.
Yeah, all highly possible. They look pretty relaxed up on the Trackhouse perch there, to use a term. So they are looking pretty good. I'd say they're looking pretty good. I'm sure Shane's concerned. Keeping the car away, the tyres all cleaned off here, ready for the restart. Cephas is coming towards you, but this is crunch time for that team. As we've just talked about, this is their #1 opportunity. They didn't really get the chance at Kota back in the spring. It's coming here, though, perhaps.
Yeah, we shall see what happens here as we get set for this restart. Will it be the last one? I wouldn't bet on it, but you never know, I guess. It's going to be interesting to watch it all unfold. And again, thank you to those of you listening on not only on USRN, but the YouTube, as William Byron and Eric Jones are being scored as the...
Yeah, timing and scoring is all kinds of messed up. So here's SVG and Christopher Bell on the front row, coming to the restart zone out of the Peraltada. The green flag waves, and more than likely we are going to get some chaos on this restart because everybody's trying to gain as many positions as they can. Christopher Bell across the line has the nose ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen. Cole Custer and Alex Bowman are door-to-door behind for 4th. John Hunter Nemechek's in there. One car on the grass further back makes a tremendous save. Couldn't tell who that was. Here's Van Gisbergen into the Solana S. He is in front to the lead. Chase Briscoe goes wide. Oh, and then gets hit into the barrier in turn 1. Ryan Truex gets turned across the nose of someone. He runs into William Byron, and somehow, some way, Matt, miraculously, they all get through.
Somehow, Ricky Stenhouse came skewing across the grass as he was trying to avoid stuff. Van Gisbergen leads from Bowman and Bell, and then I think it is Cole Custer who's come out in 4th position. No, John Hunter Nemechek ahead of Custer. And then it is Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, then Briscoe. The chase is back at it. Briscoe and Elliott side by side ahead of Ty Gibbs, who, as we mentioned, that caution did not come at a favourable time for them. Elliott trying to get past Briscoe. They touch, they rub, there's tyre smoke. It's still elbow to elbow between the chases.
Ty Gibbs is like, don't wreck, or if you do, leave me a hole to get through. As they work through the corner and now into the stadium section they'll go. Elliott just ahead of Briscoe. Gibbs, boy, this is a bumpy, almost gives you vertigo on this onboard. Briscoe going driver's left, battles with Elliott again. Again, they almost touch. Gibbs looking for a way through. He's going to get to the back of Elliott in the Peraltada.
Gibbs is just cursing all over the radio right now, just wanting these two to get out of his way. He puts away Briscoe, now gets to the back of Elliott. Meanwhile, Alex Bowman has taken the 2nd position away from Christopher Bell. The defending winner on the streets of Chicago is up to 2nd and now tries to track down another purple car just in front of him, Shane Van Gisbergen. Could Bowman, who shocked everyone in Chicago last summer, Matt, could he create another shocking road course victory here in Mexico City? He's hot to trot on the back of SVG.
Tyre bundle certainly moved on the inside of turn 2. I'm surprised NASCAR haven't thrown a caution to get that back in its correct position. Meanwhile, in the middle of turn 4, the top 3 under a small blanket, Van Gisbergen, Bowman and Bell. Small gap back to JHN in 4th position. Where did he come from? Cole Custer is 5th. Buescher, Chastain, Elliott, the rest of the top 8. But these trio at the front here, starting to just squeak away slightly. I'm sure Van Gisbergen is still concerned. He'll hope for a couple more laps to see what his feeling is with that car.
You might be playing some mind games, boys. But anyway, Alex Bowman running in 2nd as we watch this again.
Chase Briscoe just got punted into that tire barrier and just kept going. Yes, Matt. These fans that come back later in the fall to see Formula One, they're not seeing anything like this.
If that isn't a banger racing video, it is.
Oh, I mean, this just... And Ryan Truex got spit out of the pack, too.
SVG believes it was tire pressure now, not a loose wheel.
Okay. That would make
So
the most sense.
I think we're all good now.
Yeah, that would make the most sense of anything. As Alex Bowman is sticking tight to him here. Christopher Bell third, John Hunter Nemechek fourth, Cole Custer is fifth, 3-second spread between the top five. We're down to 30 laps to go here in Mexico City. Zane Smith with a flat left front tire off the restart, going through the grass at Curva NASCAR. It's been a rather wild day for Zane and the puppy on the side of the door. As we'll pick up the leaders, weaving their way out of turn 9, actually through the 10, and Seth with 30 to go.
Van Gisbergen, Bowman, Bell running 1, 2, and 3 as they now work their way towards the stadium section. Bell is now eating at Bowman again for that number 2 position, so that'll be a battle to watch. But Bowman keeps that spot for now. Bell trying to work him over. Van Gisbergen trying to slowly but surely inch away at the front of the field.
So Shane Van Gisbergen leads by nearly 1 second on Alex Bowman. Christopher Bell running third, and Ty Gibbs, who was caught out by the timing of that caution, and he really didn't make that big of a gain on the restart. I thought he was going to make a bigger gain on the restart than he did. He runs back in 9th in the slipstream of Chase Elliott coming down Recta Principale on the way under braking to turn 1 in the Solana S. Gibbs is going to need some help to fall in his lap here, Matt. He's going to need a couple of cautions, I would think, and some really mega restarts to get back up there, because I think, as we pointed out, he's the only guy that has anything for the 88.
Yeah, perhaps. See what the 48's got. Just a quick note on the 10. One of our stars of the race so far, Ty Dillon, unfortunately had a pit on the last lap with a flat tyre. He's just come out and lost a lap to the leaders, which is a shame because he's been having a great afternoon. Here is Ty Gibbs, and he got in between the chases. He's past Briscoe, his teammate, as we talked about a little while ago, but he hasn't then made any further progress. But here is Chase Elliott trying to launch one up the inside of Ross Chastain into turn 8, and he gets that pass done and up into 7th place for car 9.
So Elliott now up into the 7th position here in the final laps. Chastain to 8th. Ty Gibbs trying to work Chastain over. Chastain was shutting the door. As now Gibbs goes a little off course. He goes wide to try and make the move on Chastain. And Chastain keeps the spot. You know he's hard to pass. Gibbs, boy, he is driving like a bat out of hell right now.
Yeah, Ty trying desperately to make this pass. Unable to do so through the Peraltada. In trouble in the stadium.
It's Austin Dillon and Josh Berry. Dillon's car pointed sideways. Berry's car was like right up against it, his nose against the right side of the Dillon car. Berry, though, has been able to drive away. Joey Logano just used Austin Dillon as a brake going into that corner, and Josh Berry, nowhere to go, just braked right into the to the side of that 3 car. Berry continues on. Dillon, when they cut to this replay, his car was still not going in the stadium section, but 3 and 21, 2 iconic numbers, but not an iconic moment here in Mexico for Austin Dillon and Josh Berry.
No caution yet. We stay green, the leaders in the S's.
We've got Austin Dillon's car fired up then as the lead is approaching. And Gisbergen just keeping these 2 cars behind him at arm's length or so here. Bowman and Bell through 8 and 9 again. 27 laps to go at the end of this one.
Bowman in 2nd, Christopher Bell in the 3rd position, and Bowman seems to have pulled away from Bell just a little bit, but Bowman just can't quite get to Van Gisbergen. It's about a 4-car length advantage for Van Gisbergen in the stadium section. Bowman 2nd, and then Bell back in the 3rd position as they exit the stadium section, and Riley Herbst is spun.
Oh, wow,
Riley
that's coming
Herbst
out of turn 10.
He was having a solid afternoon, but he's
Whoa,
Riley,
no!
look out! No, Riley!
Oh my Lord!
Matthew, you'll get the line I'm about to pull out. Riley Herbst pulls a Jeremy Mayfield in 2004.
Oh gosh!
William Byron just ran over him, and then his Herbst was trying to refire.
Watch out!
I don't know how hold up. I don't know how you missed that 47 car, the most brightly colored car in the field. But again, Matthew, for those that don't know, tell them that was like Jeremy Mayfield at Sonoma in 2004.
Yeah, when he spun and came across just right out in front of Ken Schrader in a bunch of traffic 21 years ago. My goodness.
Go ahead now, Josh.
Terrible.
I'm sorry. Go ahead now.
Oh, my God, that was so dangerous. Anyway, I'm sure Riley, running so well, panicked that I got to get back going. Yeah, that's a young driver making a mistake there. Thankfully, he didn't get absolutely slammed into as he was cutting perpendicular to the track. Meanwhile...
Now, Josh, did you have something?
No, he was just saying, look out.
Oh, okay.
So anyhow, I can tell you that Brad Keselowski has been penalized for shortcutting the course. He had to run the Joker lap, which is put into play here this weekend, just as we had one at COTA for if you do go through the track limit section. Meanwhile, the fight for second is heating up. Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, and they have slowed themselves down massively. Shane Van Gisbergen pulling away from both of them down the main straightaway here. Bell going after Alex Bowman, under braking to turn one. Here comes Bell. He's going to stuff it in down the end. Quarter panels going to turn two. Bowman, as wide as he can get that Chevrolet Matt out of three, holds on to position number two.
Stiff-armed him out of the way there, did Bowman on the exit of turn one against Bell to keep the position. Down the second straight towards NASCAR they come. This is all helping SVG. It was a second and a half clear at the start-finish line. If these two get Stamper away out front. John Hunter Nemechek still holding on to fourth position. That was a great day for him. And Cole Custer fifth. But it's the battle for second that we're focusing in on here. Alex Bowman defending from Christopher Bell as they come through the final part of the S's. That's turn 8 and 9 out onto the Ovalo straightaway.
And Van Gisbergen says, keep it up. I'm on my way to a Fiesta and a playoff spot. Yeah, and boy, that certainly makes the live playoff standings not as tight.
Yeah, again, 33rd in the championship standings coming in, Van Gisbergen. So, yes, him winning, he would, one, leapfrog a load of positions, and two, it would totally change the points at the cut line. Bowman and Bell across the line, despite their battling, they were quicker than Van Gisbergen that last lap, but only by about a tenth of a second. Still a long way to go in this race as they head towards you, Matt. We're only 3/4 of the way home here. 100 laps, 75 down, 20 to go. A lot of time for more to happen, and the gap at the front is only a second and a half.
Yeah, that battle between Bowman and Bell actually didn't cost them any time, as it turns out, as we watch Ross Chastain Morse coding the back of Chris Buescher under braking in turn one. This battle going on for 6th, 7th, and Ty Gibbs just behind them in 8th place. But yeah, still a quarter of this race to go. Seems like we've been going for almost the length of Le Mans. No, I joke, of course, sorry, Bob. But it seems like it's been going a long time, and we've still got a quarter of it to do.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs trying to work Ross Chastain over for EA as they head into the Ovalo section. It is Chastain with the advantage over Gibbs. Gibbs now trying to work back over. Now Gibbs is going to try to pilot into the stadium section, and he cannot quite do it. Get by him. He's going to use him as a bumper again. Bumps Chastain, bumps him again. Bumps him a 4th, 5th, 6th time. Still didn't work. Chastain, boy, he is stubborn to pass.
I don't think there's anyone on the racetrack more frustrated right now than Ty Gibbs because of the situation. I think everything was actually going to fall his way had it not been for the caution. He was going to have a massively faster stop than Van Gisbergen, and I think he was at least going to be ahead of him. Now, whether he would have held him off or not, no one will know, and we'll never know. But I think it was all going to fall his way, Matt, and Ty Gibbs was going to be the leader with 24 laps to go. Now, instead, with 24 to go, he's 9th, and he's 8 seconds off the lead, and he cannot get around Ross Chastain.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. It was trending in that direction, wasn't it, if it all had stayed green? Alex Bowman has dropped Christopher Bell on that last lap as he attempts to try and run down Van Gisbergen, and it's going to be purple versus mauve at the front of the field here. Perhaps as we get towards the end of the field, back to our conversation back from a few weeks back. But Bell won't be done with. He wants a second road course win on the season after winning in the spring in Austin.
Next weekend, we head up to Long Pond, Pennsylvania, and the Pocono Raceway. The tricky triangle there about to come through, as Rick Allen once said at Talladega.
Oh, God.
That made a whole bunch of sense. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series are in action Friday night. No lights at Pocono, but they're running at 5 p.m. Eastern Time Friday evening. The Truck Series. That'll go swimmingly, I'm sure. As NASCAR hits the tricky triangle next Saturday, the NASCAR Xfinity Series runs the Explorer the Pocono Mountains 250 from the tricky triangle. They've added 25 miles to that race. It was the Explorer the Pocono Mountains 225, as people here would say. By the way, that Friday night race for the Truck Series, the Miller Tech Battery 200, you can catch that action on FS1 and the NASCAR Racing Network. Saturday, as I mentioned, the Explorer the Pocono Mountains 250 at Pocono will be here on USRN. It will also be on the CW next Saturday at 3:30, and then next Sunday, the Cup Series heads up to Pocono. And we'll be there for that here on USRN.
Rain reported in turn 8.
Got a couple things. Oh, go ahead, Josh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that was one of the things I was going to read, that some spotters were reporting rain in the stadium section, but good work out of you, Josh, as usual. Permission to do a live extra bonus, in-progress bonus to the hot lap.
Okay.
Rookie Loki Hughes has won the Indy Next race at Gateway.
Oh, yes. Very good.
Loki, baby.
Yeah, you got Lucky Hughes and Dennis Hauger, the two protagonists in Indy Next.
So Hauger's been defeated. Goodness, it's happened at last.
It's happened. Right.
For the second time this season, because he didn't win at Indianapolis, but still.
Yeah, race 1 at Indy. Had to recover. IndyCar is at Gateway tonight on USRN2, prime time, the Bommarito 500. By the way,
who's going to be Josh and Josh?
I don't think anyone knows at this point. But it'll...
Matthew, you going to be on there?
No, heck no.
Okay. Well,
I could
I'm not
tell
either,
you, but
so
that would be telling.
You better scramble, Josh. Better scramble.
But then I could tell you, but it's actually not confirmed our side anyway.
No, well, very. So we don't know.
Best to be quiet if it's that confirmed. We don't want to be spreading fake news around.
We could.
Yeah, we don't know who will be on Gateway, but it'll be in prime time on USRN2. Thank you. By the way, Pocono next Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern time here on USRN. The Great American Getaway 400. Stretch coming up here to finish the month of June. Pocono and Atlanta. Oh, my goodness. Ty Gibbs still trying to get around Ross Chastain out of turn 9. Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's the Echo Park Speedway, as we know it now, on June 28th.
Like Joe Bonino talking about the Commandos, the Echo Park Automotive. But, yeah, the Great American Getaway, that's Pigeon Forge or Myrtle Beach or Johnson City or Branson or the Grand Canyon. All right, Josh.
It certainly isn't Myrtle Beach anymore.
What you got against Myrtle Beach now?
Many things have happened at Myrtle Beach over the years that have made that a not so great place anymore. But anyway.
Wow. Okay, we got a Myrtle Beach hater in the building. All right, I didn't expect that. That's disappointing, but
we'll press on like a Lee now. I did love Myrtle Beach, but then things started to happen there. Anyway, 21 laps to go. That's a million miles away from where we are now in Mexico City, as we have 21 laps to go. Shane Van Gisbergen's lead on Alex Bowman, a 2 3/4. And Ty Gibbs is still trapped in behind Ross Chastain. Now, just in behind Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell able to outbrake Chase Briscoe and maneuver around him in the Solana S. So that puts McDowell up into the 10th position. Now, we think we're done with pit stops. Certainly we are if all stays the way it is. But as JT just told us, Matt, perhaps some sprinkling of rain around the racetrack, and these guys, if the rain picks up, might indeed have to come back down pit road for wet weather tires.
Might do. And Chase Briscoe moving Michael McDowell out of the way in curve of NASCAR turn 4 there to pick up the spot. That's for 10th. Brian Blaney's at the back end of this train. At the front end of this train, which we just missed, Chase Elliott got around John Hunter Nemechek for 4th place. So change there, and the leaders are, I was about to say coming together, but they're picking off Zane Smith there.
All right, so action continuing on as Shane Van Gisbergen with a very comfortable lead as he works his way through the Peraltada. That purple 88 continues to lead.
Coming to the line with now 20 laps to go here at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Just some spots of rain here on the main straightaway now. Will we get another bout with Mother Nature here? Now, word on the street is that if it's they would not throw a caution like they did on lap 1. We'll see if that actually happens or not.
I can tell you real quick, the rain has picked back up in Oakmont.
Oh, jeez. Well, might be another Monday finish of the U.S. Open. That'd be
Burns the leader at, you'll love this, Matthew. Burns the leader at 1 under.
Oh, God, I do love that. Oh, my God, I do love that. I love the U.S. Open, especially at Oakmont. Oh, my God.
Scott is second and even. Then you have a 4-way tie for 3rd at 2 over.
Well, of course, I did forget that the U.S. Open is official if it crosses the second round. If we have made it past the second round and rain intervenes, the tournament is official. Yes, that's right. So,
Josh Kinder has his hand out the window for us something to say.
Yes, Josh.
Laps to go. Right. And stage 1, with 2 cautions, took 50 minutes. In other words, if we have another yellow, we are getting very dangerously close to the time limit of this race.
Oh, God.
Because we are not allowed to go past 7 p.m. That is the cutoff time for this race.
Now, is that 7?
Serious?
Now, is that 7 p.m. local?
Residential area.
I don't know. It's 7 p.m. something.
Surely that has to be 7 p.m. local, which we would not be closing in towards. I would think. We'll get that confirmed. Surely that has to be 7 p.m. local. Here's hoping. It feels like every time we come to a new road course, we dealt with this at Chicago. I think we dealt with this at the Daytona road course. And I think there was another one in there, maybe the Roval, I'm not sure. But every time we come to a new road course, we run a race and everybody's like, we might need to shorten the amount of laps. And maybe they will next year. Of course, we may not be back here next year. We don't know. When the 2025 schedule was being made at kind of this point-ish of the calendar year last year, this race was supposed to be in Montreal at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. And that is where it would have been a lot easier on the crews to go from Michigan to Montreal to Pocono. But then talk with the organizers in Montreal broke down. Formula One went there on this weekend. NASCAR still wanted an international race and therefore went to Mexico. So, might not be back here next year, perhaps. Or it could just be, too bad Montreal, you missed your opportunity, because the racing today here, Matt, at this racetrack has been terrific, and it was yesterday as well.
Yeah, it certainly has. And, we'll have to see. We talked about that earlier on, about what numbers we get out of this weekend in terms of feet in the door and people watching on TV. That will perhaps sway NASCAR because I'm sure the calendar is being pieced together already for the next year. As you said, it was this time last year that it was being talked about. So they can't be far away from getting that. Hopefully it comes out a lot quicker than it did last year, because it seems to drag on forever. But let's see. But so far, with 18 laps to go in this race, it's been a very successful weekend from my eyes. Talking of successful, Van Gisbergen has stretched away a little bit now. It's almost 2 seconds to Alex Bowman, who had a bit of a flourish but he's fallen back into the clutches of Christopher Bell. They are well clear of Chase Elliott in the battle for second.
Yeah, they are deep into a tire run here, and
deep into a tire.
Thank you. They did say during practice that the tires have good life until they don't, and then it falls off a cliff all at once. It's not a gradual tire deg situation. So we are deep into this tire run. We'll see what happens as far as grip and handling of the car. Can tell you, for you Ty Gibbs fans, he is still boxed in behind Ross Chastain at 9th. He's now 11 seconds off the lead. He is not going to win this race if there's not a caution for Ty Gibbs. And, of course, it was the last caution that really burned him because it looked like he was in a position to at least be up front late in the race. And that caution really did knock the 54's strategy completely away. Shane Van Gisbergen leads Alex Bowman by 2 seconds. Christopher Bell is 3rd. Chase Elliott is 4th. John Hunter Nemechek got up to 5th through the last caution and the restart. He stays there. Cole Custer is 6th. Chris Buescher 7th. Ross Chastain is 8th. Ty Gibbs is 9th. Chase Briscoe runs in the 10th position. 12-second spread between the top 10. And again, as we mentioned, pit stops are done as far as under green if it stays dry. Rain could still play a factor, and of course if we get a caution, that could certainly bring cars down pit road as well. Long way still to go. 17 coming to 16 to go. The Xfinity fastest lap has just been reset, guys. Does anyone have any idea who set it? Kyle Larson, out of absolutely nowhere, has come back onto the racetrack running 36th, 39 laps down, and has reset the Xfinity fastest lap. They've gone and repaired that car. They've put fresh tires on the car, Formula One style, and he's gone out and taken a championship point. Would you believe?
And again, it shows again that NASCAR Productions are listening to USRM, because Matthew Owens talks about Kyle Larson, and here we have a shot of Kyle Larson. Now, don't forget, they did this at Darlington earlier in the year.
Right.
With the DVP
They
policy.
showed
They crashed
as
early,
well.
they put it behind the wall, they got it fixed, and they got him back out to run the majority of what was left of the laps. Of course, he got wound up in the crash at the end. Let's hear from the crew downstairs.
That was the first question he asked Cliff Daniels. What's the fastest lap of the day? And he's had all this clean racetrack, so that's been their focus this entire time. Hey, let's go set that fastest lap of the day, and it worked.
Well, he lost. Well, again, if it holds up, that's a championship point. And to the point that we were just talking about, Matt, it should hold up because everyone else is on old tires.
And how many points did he lose the regular season championship by last year?
Right. 1 point. And what's the difference between winning the regular season championship and second? 5 playoff points. This is why they put this in for this year. Fastest lap point. And that's going to be something new for all of us, including us calling the races to follow in the playoffs. When there's cut line drama at Martinsville or Bristol or wherever, who can set the fastest lap and steal a point? So, yeah. That's fun that Kyle Larson has come out here and taken a point away. And again, barring a caution and a restart on fresh tires, that should hold up to be the fastest lap for the day. Running back in 36th. In the Solana S, fight for second. Christopher Bell sneaks a peek to driver's right on Alex Bowman. Bowman tries to shove him down the inside of turn 3, and they race down the Recta Trancera nose to tail.
Thought Bell was going to have the high ground there, but Bowman, with the traction out of the chicane there, keeps the position and now defends, heading towards turn 4, one of the heaviest the second heaviest braking spot really on this racetrack. Bowman gives Bell enough room on the inside, but he wasn't close enough to stick it up there, otherwise it would have been contact. And now as they come through the S's, 5, 6, the left-hander at 7, Bowman defending as they head towards 8, which is a passing spot. We've seen that today throughout the race. But all this is doing is slowing both of these guys down, letting SVG off the hook up front, Seth.
Yeah, but it's a great battle for us to watch, at least, as Bell's going to swing it wide and make the pass. So C. Bell goes to P2. Christopher Bell now second on the leaderboard with Alex Bowman behind. So it is Bell to second, Bowman back to third as they exit the stadium section and head toward the Peraltada.
Back to the main straightaway, so Bell clears Bowman for second, but let's look at the gap. Last time at the line, it was 2.5 seconds. This time at the line, it's 5 seconds. They lost 2.5 seconds to Van Gisbergen while battling, and that, if it stays green and doesn't rain the rest of the way, that lap of battling between Bell and Bowman feels like the final nail in the coffin. That hammering you hear is Shane Van Gisbergen driving away.
Thank you.
That battle's also the second and has brought Chase Elliott back into the fight, perhaps for a podium spot. And we may get a podium here this afternoon at a Formula One racetrack. But Chase on the podium if he can get up there and get with his teammate Alex Bowman. But Bell is already beginning to drive away ever so slightly from Bowman up in front. Chase has got them in the gun sights, in the windshield of that red number 9. Much like Chase Elliott's last couple of seasons, really. Hasn't been at the front, but here he is towards the end of the race, and he's going to pick up a decent result.
Indeed, P4. And I just can't get over John Hunter Nemechek and Cole Custer, once protagonists in a road course brawl many years back.
Yes.
Outside those United States. And now they're running 5th and 6th today here in Mexico. Good runs for both of those guys, especially Custer, who's near the bottom of the standings as far as full-time competitors go. But having a solid run today back at 6th. Busher in 7th, Chastain, Gibbs, and Briscoe in the top 10. And so it's a pretty solid top 10 list as the laps continue to wind down.
Yeah, you're right. Cole Custer, 35th in the championship standings, did miss out on the in-season challenge that begins in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, God, I forgot about this being a seeding race.
Yes,
so, yeah,
this is a seeding race, and it won't matter for SVG because he also missed it. What a shame. Here's Ty Gibbs at the Solana S starting to back up now. He lost 9th to Chase Briscoe. Now he loses 10th to Michael McDowell, who gets around Gibbs. And, Matt, it just has not gone the way of Ty Gibbs over the last half hour or so.
Yeah, it's just fallen away from him. It took so long and hasn't completed a pass on Ross Chastain, and now he's ended up losing 2 spots himself. So just got stuck there in that train of cars that are all running at relatively the same speed. And when you get into those kind of things, it's difficult to break out, even though he may have, some better ultimately some better car speed over those guys. But maybe he used up some of his tyres sitting in behind there. And now, as you can see, if you're watching pictures, he's falling back and he's turning right as much as he is left on the straights.
Just what could have been day for Ty Gibbs as the chase for his first career Cup Series win will have to wait at least one more week. 32 cars currently on the lead lap. Only 2 cars out of the event. Zane Smith and Kyle Busch. And if you can believe it, Josh T just told us, Matthew, the United States actually lead against Trinidad and Tobago.
It won't hold up as Van Gisbergen's lead goes to 6 seconds. By the way, coming into this race today, Shane Van Gisbergen had led 25 laps this season. He's led 48 today. And in fact, he had only led twice all season long. Thank you, JT. He had only led in 2 laps. In 2 races, rather, this season prior to today, SVG. He had led 23 laps at COTA, and he had led 2 laps at Atlanta earlier in the spring. He has been dominant today. Will anything be thrown at him over these last 12 laps to keep him from getting the win that he most definitely deserves from how he's driven here today? He has been so spectacular all day long. He hasn't put a wheel wrong. And at a new road course and earlier in rainy conditions, you would expect nothing less from this driver. It's a runaway favorite for a reason. But as we know, Seth, in the late laps of these things, there's always something lurking around every corner to throw a wrench into it.
Yep. There most certainly is, but I got to be honest with you, even if we do get a late caution, I haven't seen anything from anybody today that would make me think they'd beat Van Gisbergen on a restart, unless they just pack it in 5 wide and they actually just dump him and get black flag for it.
Right. Yeah, that would probably be their only hope, is on a restart to just...
Hocevar off in the stadium section.
To just drive him into Pachuca. Hocevar has rejoined after a bit, his second off of the day. 6 seconds, still the lead at the front for Shane Van Gisbergen. I thought he was going to
send him to Guadalajara, but okay.
11 laps to go. The gap is 6 seconds between first and second. Boy, does Alex Bowman need this thing to go clean to the end. A stretch of races that have been just terrible for Bowman. Had that hard hit last weekend. Finished last. Had to get cleared to race because of that hard impact at Michigan. Running in the 3rd position as of now, and he's turning himself into quite the road course racer, as we're about to see what happened with Hocevar. Seth? Word on the street is he may have taken a shot at Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Accurate.
Wow.
And he spun him out too. I wonder if he heard what Ricky said about him.
I thought those two guys kissed and made up after the match, but clearly not.
You know they have to say the right thing from a PR perspective. You know.
True.
These things are never over.
Well, it didn't quite go well. I mean, he turned Stenhouse around, but he also put himself into an island.
And then he went and hid over there by the Tech Pro barrier until Stenhouse had got his car righted and got away, so that he wouldn't be retaliated against in the next corner.
Briscoe and Chastain also had a coming together in the stadium section. Briscoe knocked Chastain off the course.
Have to wonder if Chastain might be penalized there for shortcutting turn 13. Nothing has come down yet. By the way, just to finish up that point about Bowman, Matt, last 9 races, an average finish of 27th. So he would be very happy if this stays green and dry the rest of the way and finishes 3rd.
I feel like if there is going to be a thunderstorm, it's going to come between these 3 at the minute. Chastain, McDowell, and Briscoe all over each other as they come through the S's. And Briscoe, after hitting Chastain, lost out to McDowell, who has got in between these 2 guys heading back towards you, Seth. It's all on here in the World Championship of P8.
By the way, there is belief that Alex Bowman and Chris Buescher are going to be really tight on making it to the end on fuel. Michael McDowell was told to back down earlier in the run as he sends Chastain off the course. They both go off the course. Briscoe can't take full advantage. He might get Chastain, but McDowell, after he was told to back down the pace, was then told, you're good to go. So, fuel mileage. They didn't have that on the bingo card today. As Chastain continues to rough up Briscoe, this just continues to be an absolute mess. Boy,
Chastain's almost all on the grass coming out of the Perotada to driver's left. He is hot to trot here underneath the spoiler of Chase Briscoe down the Recta Principale. By the way, we've had a change at 3rd. Chase Elliott has passed Alex Bowman, but Chastain going under braking to the Solana S may lay the lumber to Chase Briscoe here. He gives him a tap going into 1. Briscoe keeps it straight. Think someone may have just went wide at turn 1 behind those 2 as they carry on in that formation off of 3.
There was Byron just overshot in the back of shot, which I caught my eye as well. A blue flash across the top of the screen.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a replay here of the pass, which you just told us about, of Chase Elliott on Alex Bowman.
The Amazonians listening to us yet again.
By the way, Chase Briscoe, adding him to the list, he was none too pleased. He says, F that MFer in regards to the driver of the 1 car.
Everybody's going to be mad at everybody at the end of this. And then guess what they have to deal with after? A multi-hour plane trip back to Charlotte.
Benjamin Bloom says, wish I could watch this on the YouTube chat.
Well, it's been good. Glad to have you with us, listening along, as Shane Van Gisbergen clicks off another lap. 8 laps to go here in Mexico City, and his lead is only widening up towards 8.5 seconds. His lead on Christopher Bell. Chase Elliott 11 seconds back in third. Bowman and Nemechek 4th and 5th.
2 quick things. Update on AJ Allmendinger after he was involved in that stage 1 crash, has rallied up to 14th. So a good recovery for AJ, not the result that he came here for, though, of course. And also a shout for Catherine Legg, who's still on the lead lap. We've not mentioned her name since the grid, but she's still on the lead lap. She's running around on her own at the moment, off the back, pretty much off the back of the field. But she is doing what she came to do, which is log all the laps and continue her NASCAR gain on experience. And a quick update from MetLife Stadium, half an hour played in the Club World Cup. Palmeiras 0, FC Porto 0. It's a World Cup, we must talk about it.
Right.
Burns at 2 under, 2 up on Scott. Ortiz 3rd at 1 over. Then Hovland, Spawn, and Hatton at 2 over. Then and Scotty Scheffler's at 4 over. He had a couple of close birdies that just missed. If he'd have made those birdies, he'd have been right up in the mix, because of course he would have.
Right. Here's Van Gisbergen out of the Peril Tata, and we'll complete now lap number 93. 7 remaining here in Mexico City, as the skies are about as bright as they've been all day. Again, rain's still kind of just looming. But if it's going to play a factor in this race to the end, it's probably going to have to start coming down pretty quickly and fairly hard. Michael McDowell going after Chris Buescher for 7th. They're across the start-finish line, wheel to wheel. McDowell to driver's right down the Recta Principale. To driver's left is the orange Ford Mustang of Chris Buescher, who's going to be latest on the brakes to turn 1. McDowell is going to surge ahead of Buescher. And Michael McDowell, who thought he might be in the mix to win today, Matt, doesn't look like it's going to be a win unless all chaos breaks out late, but it is going to be a solid top 10.
Yeah, that puts him up in the 7th position. He's got 3 seconds now of empty track ahead of him to the battle, which we're not really seeing, but it is a battle between John Hunter-Nemechek and Cole Custer for 5th, as our attentions have been focused elsewhere. Is Shane Van Gisbergen heading back towards Youssef, ticking the laps off, 6 to go when he gets to the line.
Yeah, he's just cruising. Oh, wow. No, this is a throwback.
This one.
Yeah, this is a throwback heel and toe. So, back in the day, which again, I should not say when it comes to like 2000, 2001 stuff, but here I do.
Back in my
25 years ago, we had the foot cams on the road courses, and Ricky Rudd was always the one that they talked about the most doing this, and Boris said and Ron Fellows, but Ricky Rudd was the NASCAR regular that they talked about doing the heel toe method on the road courses, which is using the toe of the right foot to hit the accelerator, and then the heel of the right foot to brake. It's just incredible to watch, and you know, Ricky was a great road course racer for so many years, and that's what Shane has done. Shane has done that for forever. And when he came in and started doing it at Chicago a couple of years ago, and NBC kept showing the video, the drivers were like, what is this? Cole Custer talked about it earlier this week, that he had never seen heel and toe before they started showing Shane doing it at Chicago. And I'm like, well, Cole, buddy, just watch those races back in 2000 at Sears Point and Watkins Glen. You'd see it all the time. But Shane loves it. It's a great method, fancy footwork, and clearly it works for a guy like him who is an elite road racer. His lead is up to 11 seconds now.
Real quick, Ricky Stenhouse told his crew to Stenhouse told his crew very firmly to relay Hocevar a message. Tell him I will see him at Pocono.
Oh, God. Yes, 200 miles an hour down another 3/4 of a mile long straightaway and dump him, sure.
Good luck with
And then, oh my God, in turn 10, Eureka, Seth. Ty Gibbs finally gets around Ross Chastain. He's only been working on that for about 45 minutes.
Yeah, really. Too little, too late.
So Ty getting around Chastain takes over, what is that, the 10th position? No, beg your pardon, 12th position, as they have backslid on this lap. As we're down to 5 laps to go, and no one has anything for Shane Van Gisbergen. The only way he's going to be beaten is if he makes a mistake, the car coughs, or we get a caution and chaos on the restart. But SVG is just flying away from everyone. It's now north of 12 seconds. This is going to be one of the largest margins of victory we've seen, Matt, in a long, long time.
Yeah, it really is. Michael McDowell's charge through the field continues. He's just picked off Cole Custer on the last lap, up in a 6th position. He's probably going to get JHN in the not-too-distant future. So, thank you. Here we are on board with Michael, and let's hear from downstairs.
He has had to manage that fuel mileage a little bit. Just on the radio, though, Travis Peterson telling him, go get that 42. Let's get a top 5. You're good on fuel now.
I was wondering, you know, his pit stop was very quick, and I thought he needed some fuel, but a great job by the driver of the 71, communicating well with his crew chief, and it's amazing how well these drivers can make up time anymore. They're so good at not just going fast, but this whole new world of fuel management that's required at basically every track we go to. Every driver has their own little system, but they're becoming very good at saving.
No doubt they are. And it certainly
quick,
is becoming a big story with this car, yes?
You'll love this even more, Matthew. Sam Burns just double bogey. He's still the leader, but he's now at even.
Perfect. Brilliant stuff. Van Gisbergen added a second to his lead on Bell that last lap. It's now a 13-second gap. 4 laps to go. Just to wrap up a couple of other guys' days here, Matt, we have not talked about A.J. Allmendinger nearly as much as we thought he would. He was involved in that incident with Kyle Busch in the rain in turn 1. He has rallied back to 14th. He would have hoped for more than that today, and it's not going to do him much help finishing 14th as far as making the playoffs, and it's definitely not going to help that we're about to get a new winner.
No, indeed. And we talked about Van Gisbergen's chances of winning on these road courses. If he can get this done, count that, shuffle all of what we've said about SVG to AJ for the next few road course races over the next few weeks. Here's a battle for 10th position. William Byron sneaking up the inside of Ryan Blaney, trying to keep it in the family as such between these two. And Byron gets the move done just ahead of Ty Gibbs. I was going to mention Ryan, actually. The 16 stage points he's collected today. And here go Amazon featuring AJ Allmendinger just after you talked about him. Blaney getting the most stage points today and was on line for a top 10, but he's now just slipped to 11.
We talk about Allmendinger running just inside the top 15, another guy that we've talked a lot about in the build-up to the weekend, and as the weekend has gone on, of course, is Daniel Suarez. Hasn't gone right for him, Seth, here in this final stage. He's mired back in 20th.
Yeah, not the fairy tale he was looking for today, back in P20. Guys, I don't know about you, a little disappointed to see that Tyler Reddick's been such a non-factor today.
Haven't talked nearly enough about the 45 today. He's in 21st, Matt. That's a real stunner. 23-11 as a whole have not had a good day. Riley Herbst was running well earlier, then spun. He's back in 30th. In fact, the highest running 23-11 car is Darrell Wallace Jr. at 14th.
Yeah, and to double back to Austin Cindric backs it into turn 1 and almost hits Ryan Preece as these guys battle away. Joey Logano in the middle of this too, and they will go side by side through turn 3. Logano will try and round up Cindric on the outside, and just in front of the man I was about to talk about, Daniel Suarez. To all of the good stuff about yesterday, etc., about being in Mexico and the Mexican hero and whatnot, the only person he didn't want to win the race apart from, himself, was Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a chat for a future predicament. He's just in front of Reddick, who we were just talking about too. So these two Penske cars tied together with Suarez behind them. Through the S's they come. Van Gisbergen's just clicked across the line to start his penultimate lap as these Penske guys fight for, the scraps here at the back end of the top 20.
He's also just put Catherine Legg a lap down. You just mentioned her.
Okay.
Looks like she's going to get to the checkered flag and is going to be just 1 lap shy of finishing all the laps. Let's pick up Van Gisbergen on the penultimate lap out of turn 3 down the Recta Transera. Just needs to get back to the white flag cleanly.
He's got plenty of clear track in front of him. There is a car on the horizon. It's Cody Ware, but he won't catch him unless Cody gets out and walks. And Van Gisbergen rounding town full. Here's a battle for second. No, I thought it was Elliott on Bell, but it's not. It's John Hunter Nemechek being passed by Michael McDowell. I said that pass was probably in the offing in the future, and McDowell has got 5th position away in the late laps here, away from John Hunter Nemechek. So a top 5 beckoning for Michael McDowell in that 71 car, but he's some 25 seconds plus behind our potential race winner, who is heading back towards the stadium section for the penultimate time.
Yep, it's all SVG.
But here we go.
Yeah, near 16-second lead. Shane Van Gisbergen making this a laugher. He'll work through the Peraltada, and we'll start the Bell lap in Mexico for SVG.
So he exits the Peraltada and comes back to the main straightaway. The white flag is waving. No caution and no rain to throw him off. We're on the final lap here in Mexico City. Shane Van Gisbergen just has to cleanly negotiate 2.5 miles and 15 corners without a mistake, and he'll be going back to victory lane in the NASCAR Cup Series. His lead is insurmountable, 17 seconds as he makes his way through the Solana S for the final time, out of turn 3, slinging it wide down the Recta Transera.
Down the Recta Transera for the final time. He will catch Cody Ware on this final lap and put him a lap down, but he has got no one in his mirror that's going to worry him on this final lap. The 88 Safety Culture Red Bull Chevrolet rounds turn 4 for the final time and heads to the S's for the final time. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then he'll be into the stadium, which he'll see a sea of people that are about to wave him home to his 2nd Cup Series victory. Seth Eves, bring that race winner to the flag.
He works through the straightaway. He'll head towards the stadium section with Cody Ware in front of him. And again, Van Gisbergen probably better, sir, to just back off Ware. Don't force yourself on him. You got a 16-second lead. You can almost coast from here, honestly, as he goes through the stadium section, crowd waving him on. Shane Van Gisbergen in that purple 88. He was the favorite. He's lived up to it. Bring him home, Mateo.
Not only could he coast to the flag, at this point he can stop and carry the car to the flag. His lead is so large. NASCAR Cup Series first international race in the modern era has been won by an international driver. The Kiwi, Masters Mexico, Shane Van Gisbergen, 33rd in the championship standings, has just clinched a spot in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs for the first time in his career. He wins the Viva Mexico 250 at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, beating Christopher Bell by nearly 18 seconds. A masterful drive, a dominant victory for Van Gisbergen. Bell is 2nd, Elliott is 3rd, Bowman is 4th, McDowell is 5th. And for Shane Van Gisbergen, he won his first start in Chicago in 2023, Matt. Today he wins his 30th start in the NASCAR Cup Series with a win in Mexico, and now what is becoming his tradition after winning, Matt, drifting around the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez.
The drift lap on the cool-down lap for SVG. They're probably preparing the rugby ball down there at Trackhouse. That'll get punted into the crowd shortly as well. That's the SVG Trackhouse tradition. But he will come to the stadium, which will be in rapture for the guy that it looked like perhaps in that first quarter of the race someone might hold a candle to, namely Ty Gibbs. But once it dried out past halfway, no one was catching the Safety Culture number 88. A tremendous drive from Shane Van Gisbergen. As you said at the top, he was the absolute favourite. And for a change, nothing went wrong. He's going to come to the donut area now as he comes into the stadium. Catleg trying not to be in the photos behind Shane Van Gisbergen as he smokes it up in.
Yesterday, the big celebration by Daniel Suarez at this section of the racetrack. They didn't exactly have a podium ceremony, but they did have the top 3 finishers come to a stop in this section yesterday. We'll see if they do that again today. But Shane Van Gisbergen, we'll have to get folks at NASCAR Insight on the move here, because that has to be the largest margin of victory we have seen in a long, long time. Nearly 17 seconds. Van Gisbergen wins over Christopher Bell. And the New Zealander wins in Mexico. And now, as he climbs out of the car and jumps onto the roof of the Chevrolet Camaro for Trackhouse, he'll celebrate with all of these adoring Mexican fans. Daniel Suarez coming by to give a congratulations to his teammate. SVG, a road ringer for sure, but also a full-time competitor, and now in the playoffs after starting the day 33rd in the championship standings. And again, now with that playoff spot clinched, this team can throw caution to the wind, go for stage wins on different strategies on ovals, sell out for the wins at Sonoma and Watkins Glen in Chicago. This could be just the very beginning of SVG's pursuit for the 1 seed in the playoffs. Marty Snyder's there with him.
Fixes our year, but you faced so much adversity this entire weekend when you think about it. The travel issues, not feeling well before the race, and then the rain today. What was the biggest challenge?
Oh, you listed them all, man. What a week. I've really enjoyed myself here. I felt pretty rubbish today, leaking out both holes. That wasn't fun, but thank you to Safety Culture, Trackhouse, Chevy, and ECR Engines. Our car was amazing. Like, I think the 54 was close, but that last stint, man, what a pleasure, just ripping lap after lap and watching them get smaller in the mirror. Unreal.
I've never heard a driver say, stop telling me to slow down. Was this maybe the best race car you've ever sat in?
Oh, it's certainly up there. I've been privileged to have some great ones in my time, but yeah, when I go slow, I just lose concentration. So I was just trying to stay in a rhythm and a routine, and Josh and Steven, they're doing a great job keeping me calm and focused, and man, that was epic.
When we were hanging out this morning, you were texting your good friend, Max Verstappen. You were texting Max Verstappen. Your talent was clear today, but did he give you any tips that wound up helping?
Yeah, a little bit in the wet, and just what lines to take and how to approach it, and yeah, what a guy. So don't know how he went today, but hopefully he went well, and hopefully I get this thing over the fence.
I hope the leg is good, because this is going to be a big kick, Shane.
Rugby ball is out. He's going to have to kick this a long, long way to get it over, and he's just has done it. He's just cleared it. The try is good for Shane Van Gisbergen. Now, perhaps get cameras on pit road, because Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Carson Hocevar apparently were running into each other on the cool-down lap, and here he goes.
Here we go. Ricky upset. Ricky's had enough. He's had enough.
The foundation for that laid a couple of weeks ago in Nashville, and the carryover is real.
Yeah, those two at it again today, and Stenhouse got right into the window of Hocevar, and not happy. Indeed, Christopher Bell and Chase Elliott have brought their cars to the stadium section as well. We'll have the NASCAR version of a podium celebration. But it's Shane Van Gisbergen dominating the day here in Mexico City. And scoring the win in the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. We'll get a quick word from Daniel Trotta, Carl Edwards, and Corey LaJoie.
Race, he made a very good choice to, to take care of himself and do what he had to do today. Absolutely. And what I saw about the 88 is he was in control all day. Never was that 88, was there a wheel offline? And just even when they got a little bit behind on restarts, he just kept chipping away at it. Just, I mean, he might be one of the best stock car drivers on a road course in the world. Something people are watching.
And Adam Alexander pointed out the humility, right? You said, hey, Shane, it's your race to lose.
Get a little extra credit.
Still doing burnout.
Get a little extra credit burnout going on here.
We're getting a bonus edition, guys.
That's a couple decimal.
I don't know if that's FDA approved, but I think a win takes care of whatever illness he's got. But the humility is key for a guy that can't lose the. I mean, the pick to win the race. Yep. All he can do is lose it. He's still calling other people, asking for advice. That is a guy that's ready to grow, and I think we're going to see a guy that grows on the ovals, and this is the starting point for maybe a great finish this season.
We already saw a little bit of an uptick in his oval performance, but this today right here hits the reset button on the 88th season. All that learning curve, this is exactly why Justin Marks started this 88 team, is for this day right here and to get that 88 team in the playoffs.
Such a good point. And there are 4 road courses in the next 9 weeks, including this. And I thought, how many are gonna go by that he doesn't win, and that pressure mounts, because we know his best shot at the playoffs is to win on a road course. Boom, he comes out in the second one of the year in Mexico City and wins it.
And I think that he's the favorite to win all of them, because I just can't imagine one with more adversity than this. To show up without crew members, to barely make it here, to be sick. Trevor and I walked up in the hauler. He was asleep on the floor. I didn't realize he was coming down with something. And then just to be able to perform today, the loose wheel, possibly the rain, all the strategy. Look at him hugging his crew, all these guys. It goes back to Trackhouse. Same thing they did at the 600. They work hard together. They're a team, and they've shown how to get it done.
The logistic issues just to get here. Justin Marks having to find planes at the last minute and bring guys in separate groups, and only a few on this team, only a few on that team. I mean, logistically, this was anything but easy. Well, the adversity for Suarez on Saturday, the adversity you just described for SVG, both these guys earned these wins.
Absolutely. Gritty weekend out of Trackhouse overall, whether it's Daniel Suarez yesterday, SVG today. He almost made it look easy. I know it wasn't, but we could make a t-shirt of all his sayings from yesterday, his flying lap that he mucked up, and then we all heard what he just said in his winner's interview. To put all that aside, because it does not feel good, Carl, when it's hot and you're not feeling good and your belly's turning over upside down, and just put all that behind you and beat the field by 16 seconds is so impressive.
And don't forget, that joy that he described, the last stage of the race, being out there in front, that's one thing, okay? But in the middle of this race, watching him battle the 54 of Ty Gibbs, and we really thought it was going to come down to those two, he did such a good job of managing that battle, not making any mistakes. There was one point where he came through the stadium, he was battling someone. I said, look how much space he's giving that other car. He was making sure that 88 car made it to the end, and that's the mark of a very experienced race car driver.
What did you make of
that 16.5 second margin of victory, by the way, is the largest in a cup race since Texas in November of 2009. That was Kurt Busch winning by 25 seconds in a race that came down to fuel mileage. So if you take away that fuel mileage race, this is the largest margin of victory in a cup race since Jeff Bodine in 1994 at North Wilkesboro lapped the field. So, yes. I mean, what more can you say, Matt? Yeah, he won the pole. He led the most laps. He was going to set the fastest lap until Kyle Larson took that away from him late, and he walks away to just an enormous victory.
Yeah, and as Carl was saying there, he came in as the favourite. They had a lot of adversity thrown at him this week, but when he gets behind the wheel and does his job, that's what he can do, and he's shown that again this afternoon. And as the guys up there in the prime booth were saying, now he's got 3, and we talked about it a little while ago, didn't we? He's now got 3 more chances between now and the end of August to pad all the playoff points he can muster, stage wins, race wins, whatever, to get him. There's absolutely no reason why he can't make it through the first round of the playoffs.
Well, I said at the start of the season he was going to the round of 8, just because of how the schedule lined up. If he could win half of these road courses in the regular season, score a ton of stage points, those playoff points, if he could win half of the road courses and do what we've talked about, he could average a 20th place finish in that first round at Advance. And then guess what sits for him in the second round? The Roval. And he won the pole at the Roval last year, led a bunch of laps there. I said at the start of the season, round of 8, just for that. And again, as you just heard Danielle Trotta mention, a bunch of road courses still on the way up. Chicago is 3 weeks away. Sonoma is then the very next week. Watkins Glen before the regular season ends. And I still believe now that he has won this race, Matt. I think this totally changes the plan for Pocono. I say you got to go into Pocono and give everything you've got to put as good of a qualifying effort. Put the car in a great qualifying trim. Try to start top 15 at Pocono. Maintain that track position until the first pit stops. And then go on a different strategy than everyone else. Don't flip the stage and win that stage there, because that's a playoff point. Pocono is a perfect place. 2.5 mile track where a lot of drivers will flip the stage because you can pit without losing a lap there. I think it totally changes their outlook at Pocono. Indianapolis would be the same. I think this changes everything for that team.
Yeah, can't disagree with anything you said.
So we will sign out of here as the rain and, of course, the length of the race a bit has drug us out to near 7 p.m. Eastern time. A reminder that the NTT IndyCar Series is under the lights in Gateway in prime time, 8 p.m. Eastern time over on USRN2. Hope you'll join the JBM gang there. That's on YouTube, on JBM, and, of course, on USRN2. Final thoughts and driver of the day from you, Matt.
Yes, come back to Mexico. This has worked. It was a tremendous race. All that stuff when we had a line of cars all crashing into each other and the restarts and everything else that came along with it. I think it really worked. If they can perhaps try and avoid, I know it was in Canada, but if they can try and avoid a Grand Prix weekend next year with the calendar, the F1 calendar is already out, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. They'll have more people come to watch this race. So, yeah, I'm all for a Mexican return next year. We'll see what happens. We talked about that a little while ago. Let's not be boring and pick the race winner. John Hudson Nemechek, my driver of the day.
Yeah, he comes across to finish sixth.
Late in the race.
Yeah, sixth place finish for JHN. I'll just give it to be different. I'll go Cole Custer, who finished 8th today. Best run for Cole maybe all season long. Great runs by those two here on this road course. Ty Gibbs, what could have been for him, ends up 11th for Ty, and more work to do for that team to get him his first win and get into the playoffs. JT, what'd you think about the first Cup race in Mexico?
F1 could never. But
that's for sure.
Yeah, what a race. Should we have gone yellow for rain on lap 1? Well, that's a NASCAR issue, and it's just NASCAR being NASCAR. I think we can all agree. Because, well, it's a little bit of water, guys. Calm down. I think AJ Allmendinger in 13th. Good recovery drive with that absolute...
Yeah.
Well, attempted murder, I think we can say, from Kyle Busch. But, yeah, good from there. Did Kyle Larson keep the fastest lap?
He did.
Awesome. But I am going to say as well, he stayed under the radar a little bit. Michael McDowell in 5th.
Oh, okay, yeah, really good run for Michael. I don't think that he would say in the moment he's happy with a 5th, because he came in really thinking he could win this race. But yeah, take a step back and look. I think he'll be more than happy with a 5th place finish. Yes.
We didn't mention Chase Elliott at all today, did we? And he's 3rd.
It's normally how it goes for Chase lately.
Anyway,
yeah.
Shut up now. Goodbye.
Well, JT, we thank you for all of your help as always. This was fun. I guess you're doing IndyCar. Get some sleep at some point. My God. Anyway, I'm with you, Matt. I'm with you, Matt. I think this weekend as a whole proved that Mexico can do this. There's a want for NASCAR in Mexico from the crowd here. It put on really good racing. I mean, listen, if we just take away, and I know obviously we can't do this, if we just put a big red X through Shane Van Gisbergen winning by 17 seconds and take him off the racetrack, we've got an all-out fight for every top position. The racing was good. Shorten it by 10 laps. Sure, that's fine. Again, they really wanted to make this work in Montreal during the off-season. Of course, Montreal got spurned by NASCAR a few years ago when NASCAR had all these contracts with the racetrack, so they couldn't put a cup race there. Feels like the people in Montreal have still held that grudge. Well, too bad, I guess. But I don't think many people will look at the F1 race in Montreal today and the NASCAR race in Mexico today and think, oh, I wonder which one was the better race. Pretty clear answer there.
Remember when we went to the Coliseum for the first time, and all the talk afterwards was, wow, they've done it. They've managed to make, put a race somewhere where we didn't think they'd, have a race. Well, again, NASCAR proved the point here with this one to some degree. I know it was obviously the track was already there rather than building the track inside the football stadium in LA. But they've talked about Brazil. That's been spoken about in passing a lot, about perhaps going to Interlagos, have a race there or elsewhere. So you could perhaps, maybe in the next few years, have a race in Canada, in Mexico and Brazil, all on the schedule, or in a rotation between the three. We'll see. Well, there could be a support there.
Yes. Right. Well, that'll do it for us. This was a weekend that we had anticipated for a long time. Fun weekend yesterday and today. Hope you enjoyed it. As Shane Van Gisbergen picks up the victory here at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in the Viva Mexico 250. We will be with you next weekend, Saturday on the Deuce, for NASCAR Xfinity Series action up in Pocono, the Cup race in Pocono next Sunday here on USRN, and JBM, of course, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. For everyone listening on USRN and JBM, we thank you for joining us throughout the day here in Mexico City, where Shane Van Gisbergen has scored the victory. A masterful drive in Mexico from the New Zealander, who scores his second career Cup Series win.